The cold open. I'm gonna start a new thing where, like you, I just say "duh" instead of everything.
Oh man, it makes everything 10 times funnier.
Everything sounds very cool when you say it like that.
You know, when I used to tour with Pauly Shore in like 03, like we were doing this kind of like post 9/11 circuit around like Upper New Jersey, Lower Boston, and like the New York area. That was like basically the focus of my hour and a half long sets, as I would just be like, duh, like Mayor is gay or whatever, and like people would just eat that shit up.
My friend matched with him on one of the apps.
That's very funny that you mentioned that, because I met up with a buddy, my this guy Drew, I know, for coffee this morning. I told you about this. I met up with this guy for coffee this morning, and his girlfriend's there, and so, you know, we're talking about the Eddie Money thing, because Drew also used to have Eddie Money's number. I've talked about that on the show before. He used to prank call him. And I mentioned I had Pauly Shore's number too. And this girl's like, yeah, Pauly Shore once like hit on me and like just in public once. And that tracks with dozens of women. I guess Pauly Shore just goes up to girls and is like, yeah. Let me get a piece.
Yeah. I mean, you know what? I bet it works sometimes. So if it worked once, you got to try it again. And then, you know, if it worked once in 10, you got to try, you know what I mean?
Yeah. If you have it, listen, if you're listening to the show and you have success, if Pauly Shore is successfully hooked up with you,
hit the DMs.
Absolutely hit the DMs. Not because I think that if he...
No, because we want to know the story.
Yeah, I just want to know the story. Okay, yeah, to be clear.
I saw him once.
Hey, what's up? It's Wacky Brace, honk honk.
Don't do the Hong Kong,
dude. When we record for this long, I
know.
I really
Wait, remember when that crazy lady on the internet said that Hong Kong was a Hitler thing?
Yeah, but like she was right. Like when it is. Because he was
but that's what you do. It's not that it actually is.
He was the greatest clown in history. I think.
No, he was a joker.
Oh, I was like, are you defending Hitler? But I realized, of course, you're defending clowns.
Yeah. Hello, everyone.
Hi, I'm Brace.
I'm Liz. We are, of course,
joined by. Wait, I have to. Too long a pause.
No, I was doing that to make you feel uncomfortable. You need to make space.
I'm naked.
I really wish you would put some pants on.
We're joined by producer Young Chomsky. I don't feel uncomfortable at all, baby. Yeah. Our podcast is called Trueanon.
As usual, it's the woman who feels uncomfortable, which means that according to men's arithmetic, no one feels uncomfortable.
Call me Young Tubin. Reference. Well, anyways. Jeffrey Tubin. Anyway,
didn't he get fired?
I don't want to talk about it. We are doing another JFK episode.
Yeah, now we've made it. We're finally here. The end of the line for Jack Kennedy.
But not for this series. Yeah. So we are talking today, of course, with our illustrious guests, Ben and Aaron, about the incident in Dealey Plaza, November 22nd, 1963, which happens to be a good song by the Australian band The New Race. And also, I think the Misfits wrote a song about it. And
I think it's great that you finally are ready to come out to let everyone know that you were there.
Mm-hmm. I'm very old. But yeah, it's a rollicking episode. We talk about, I'm not gonna tell you what we talk about. We talk about it in the episode. Fucking listen to it. It starts now. Finally, we have arrived. Our motorcade has started. Our loyal Secret Service agents have mostly not been deployed. Our good friends in the Dallas Police Department are really, just looking for any threat anywhere. All the good people at the Texas Book Depository at work. And just a beautiful grassy knoll ahead of us. Today is a day truly nothing can go wrong. Joining me in my presidential limo, as usual, of course, is Liz. But we have with us independent researcher who is driving, and excuse me, I should say his name, Ben, who is driving. Sorry, I usually don't say the name of the driver, but in this case, I will. And then, of course, sitting next to my beautiful wife, Liz, who I'm married to and have been for several years, as I'm the governor of Texas, and she is the first lady of Texas. We have Aaron Good, who earned his PhD writing about U.S. hegemony, elite criminality, and the deep state, dissertation published soon by Skyhorse. At this point, for the love of God, we should have a link in the description for it. If not, for those of you in future generations who look back on this episode, you'll be confused by this part because we will. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Dealey. We are talking about the assassination today, which is one of the parts that, ironically, throughout all of this, I think gets the most attention as like the conspiracy angle, because I think a lot of the conspiracy parts to it, I'm doing little air quotes here, rest on this, right? Because, I mean, I actually don't think this is the case, but I think for a lot of people, it's like, well, if there was one shooter, no conspiracy. If there was two shooters, that means conspiracy. And definitionally, I mean, two people involved in a shooting, that is literally a conspiracy. I don't think there just being one shooter would preclude it from being a conspiracy by any means. But I think that's sort of the shorthand that a lot of people use. And certainly, I believe what the House Select Assassination Committee used as kind of their evidence that there was a conspiracy. But nevertheless, the talk about the grassy knoll, the talk about all that kind of stuff has really played like a big, I guess, cultural part of the JFK assassination. But I think we should back up a little. I mean, though we backed up a little basically every episode, but we should back up a little and sort of set the stage of like how much of a fucking setup this was.
Yeah. So it was known to JFK that he had made enemies of some pretty vicious and powerful people. Talked about how he had encouraged the production of the film 7 Days in May, which was about a military coup by some anti-détente generals, and that he allowed them to film at the White House or outside the White House, and that he, on the day that he lands in Dallas, November 22nd, there's a big ad for this movie, 7 Days in May, running in the New York Times. So this is something that he sees as being a possibility and is trying to actually preclude. But even leading up to that in November, we already talked a little bit about the coup in Vietnam, in South Vietnam, that deposed and then assassinated Ngo Dinh Diem, the American puppet who had been there. That Kennedy did not support the assassination, certainly, and probably didn't want the coup to go forward. It was ordered by Harriman and Hillsman when Kennedy was out of town. So on that day, Madame Nhu, who's a very aggressively right-wing reactionary figure who had previously cheered on the self-immolation of Buddhist monks, saying like, "Oh, if they have another barbecue, I'll bring the match and the gasoline next time. Let's have a party." So this woman she's a right-wing figure, to put it mildly. And the day that her husband is assassinated, she says, "I can say that many more Americans than one might believe are on my side. If my family's been killed with either the official or unofficial blessings of the U.S. government, I can predict to you that the story of Vietnam is only at its beginning." Okay. But Kennedy, meanwhile, before he leaves Dallas, tells people that there's going to be a full review of Vietnam policy that he's ordered to be carried out. And that the orders for that, the instructions for that, documents about that have gone missing or they've never been released. So it's unclear what exactly he was referring to. We still don't know. But Madame Nhu, the woman who was the barbecue enthusiast, she also was in Dallas on October 24th, presented with a bouquet of flowers at USA Day, which was organized by our friend, right-wing, hardcore, ultra-rightist General Edwin Walker. And these flowers get presented to Madame Nhu by the daughter of Robert Surrey, who was a aide to General Walker. And he's part of this group that distributed in Dallas a sign, these pamphlets that said "wanted for treason," these leaflets, and it had a picture of Kennedy's head. So they're calling the president, a wanted figure for treason. Treason carries the death penalty in the United States. So these are pretty serious right-wing extremists down there. And this is noteworthy because they're also connected to the Minutemen and H.L. Hunt And really, the Madame New is the part of the Far East lobby of like the World Anti-Communist League, right? So, and on top of that, the mayor of Dallas is the brother is Cabell. His name's Cabell, and he's the brother of Charles Cabell. I believe Earl Cabell is the mayor, and Charles was the CIA guy that Kennedy fired after the Bay of Pigs. And it came out just a couple of years ago that Earl Cabell, the mayor of Dallas, was a longtime CIA asset, which people always suspected because of his brother, his brother's status. But we got documented confirmation of this later. So Texas is a place with a lot of people who hate Kennedy for what his moves against the oil industry, potentially de-escalating the Cold War. Civil rights. There's a lot of hardcore racists among these circles. Not surprise. And Kennedy also has some support in Texas. He's got a Texan vice president who he'd considered dropping from the ticket, probably was going to drop from the ticket because of the Bobby Baker sex scandal, which you guys is sort of a forerunner to certain elements that we see in the Epstein case, which I know you guys are very familiar with. But the parade route for Kennedy, he lands at Love Airport. There's a famous scene of a Secret Service guy. You can find this on YouTube, trying to get on the back of the limousine for Kennedy, to serve as some protection. And he gets waved off by, I believe the guy's name is Kelly Ribka. And he tries to get on and stay there to offer some protection for Kennedy. And he is ordered to stop. And he actually, looks back sort of angry and like raises his arms, like as if to say like, hey, what's going on? I'm supposed to do this. Why are you ordering me off of this?
What's up with that?
Exactly. That's exactly what he would seem to be saying, even though there's no audio on that tape. And the parade route gets changed so that it goes through a very sharp turn right onto Elm Street in Dealey Plaza, which happens to be underneath the Texas School Book Depository, where one Lee Harvey Oswald is employed. And as they turn onto that street, the way that I recall it having gone down is the governor of Texas, his wife, Mrs. Connolly, she turns to the president and says, "You can't say Dallas doesn't love you, Mr. President." And then bang, bang, bang. And the president is shot.
Yes. Yeah. And, you mentioned the Secret Service there, and I know that there are sort of a lot of questionable practices that were put in place by the Secret Service that day. Number one, I think the head of the Secret Service was actually out of the country that day, wasn't he?
A lot of people were out of the country.
Yeah.
A lot of the cabinet officials, a very large number, were actually in a plane over the Pacific. I don't know the story of the head of the Secret Service, but their activities that day are very questionable. As well as the night before, they were out getting drunk, like whiskey drunk, until like 2 or 3 in the morning or something like that. Which, if you have to get up the next day, I don't know if you guys have experienced this before, but you're not your sharpest if you've gone on a big bender the night before. So this wasn't good.
What a crazy coincidence!
Good tradecraft,
I'll be real with you guys about that one. From what I understand about the Secret Service, and like particularly some famous stories that have emerged in the past 5 or 10 years, that is not that suspicious. That seems very actually par for the course of the Secret Service to be doing. but yeah, I mean, for anybody who's sort of looking, I mean, I think it sort of seems ridiculous and quaint to us nowadays that a president would ride in an open-top limousine through a place with so many tall buildings. I mean, now, Obama, Biden, Trump, whatever comes to town, and there are, not only is there a hyper, like ostentatiously militarized police presence, but the Secret Service are, they will come to your house if they think that if you have ever said like, anything bad about the president on the internet, or like, they will have snipers in every window and stuff like that. But so, I mean, obviously that wasn't the case back then, but even though that was, even with, less security than they would have now, back then, they actually had less security in Dallas than they would have had normally. I mean, it was basically a skeleton crew. And a lot of the gaps were filled in by our good buddies at the Dallas Police Department. And Ben, I know that you're particularly a large fan of these boys. I mean, you're a classic Boston guy, back the blue, but like, goes without saying, remember our heroes. but you've taken a bit of an interest in these guys.
Well, yeah, and you mentioned the militarization of police that's happened in recent years, but the Dallas Police Department was militarized in a more subtle, covert way. In fact, something like 40 to 50 of the Dallas Police Department officers were a part of a military reserve, an Army reserve unit, which was called the 488th Military Intelligence Detachment. And this was a unit which was established by Jack Crichton, who was a longtime spy. He'd been in the OSS. He was also an oil figure, of course, like a lot of these intelligence connected people in this. I'm going to use the word milieu again.
Mm-hmm.
And he actually was. I mentioned that George de Mohrenschildt had this Cuban Venezuelan oil trust company that they were working on, and Jack Crichton was heavily involved in that. And so Crichton was an old, OSS spy, and he formed this, essentially by all accounts, kind of a private intelligence group that was also, of course, an official U.S. Army Reserve unit. And something, I think the unit at the time was something like 100 people, and about half of them were Dallas Police Department officers. So this I wouldn't even call it infiltration, but this seconding of the Dallas Police Department to the military intelligence in this context, I think is highly alarming, particularly given some of the actions that they take in the aftermath of the shooting. But for one thing, like the deputy chief of the Dallas Police Department, Lumpkin, was good friends with Jack Crichton, and he was actually in the lead car in the motorcade. So the Dallas Police Department had a very serious role in providing security for this, and also just kind of generally shepherding the president on this motorcade route. So the fact that they were unknown to really anybody at the time. I mean, I wonder how much the Secret Service knew about this. I wonder how much Kennedy himself knew about this. That this police department was heavily infiltrated with these intelligence officers.
Yeah, and another thing about Crichton is that he was a person who had done a lot of work with or had been involved with continuity of government operations, and COG, or the Doomsday Project, which is one of the most mysterious and kind of disturbing elements of the U.S. national security state, and of all of these sort of deep political events it runs through them, like Iran-Contra, Watergate. James McCord is one of the main figures. 9/11, of course. All of these, what Peter Dale Scott calls deep events, have a utilize this, and it's they establish these entities in the Cold War. When they're thinking along the grimmest lines about how you would survive a nuclear strike that might decapitate the leadership. And so in so doing, I mean, and maybe it starts off in some sort of reasonable way of like, well, what would you do in that case? But they're shrouded in secrecy and planned in secrecy, and their provisions are not really known. And they establish these communications networks that kind of could give them the ability to carry out policies that that are not approved of by the president, Congress, or even the president, might not know about these things. And it seems something like that would be seized upon by people like Dulles and people who are really at the top of the, intelligence hierarchy in terms of really thinking about the possibilities that this sort of system would afford. And so we don't know what the COG role there was, but Jack Crichton was was an important figure in that system. And there was something released maybe in the last 10 years that says that mentions this office of like emergency preparedness or something that comes out of that's related to continuity of government. And they say, our office has been responsible for documenting many important events, including the Kennedy assassination in Dallas in 1963. But no documents from that office have ever really been released. And so it really makes you wonder how those communications networks were utilized. I mean, and the networks of the, officials in the government within that, organization, what they did. But it's there were reports of phones going out in DC for a time related to that. And, who knows what role continuity of government played, but it's something else to consider. If it was an act of the submerged state, then that could have very well been a part of the whole operation. And so the Crichton and the military intelligence people in Dallas, between the people who were connected to these military intelligence entities, and then the people who were just low-level corrupt, palling around at the Carousel Club with Jack Ruby all the time, protecting drug trafficking, gambling operations, and prostitution rackets and all that. There may have been like one honest policeman in Dallas, Roger Craig or something, or maybe not, but like it's just he and the mayor was a CIA asset. So this was he should have stayed in Washington on that day.
Yeah, you mentioned those communications networks. Sort of Oliver North, famously used Flashpoint as kind of his backdoor to communicate with people outside the normal chains of communication. And I know Peter Dale Scott has written about the possibility of, that similar type of cog, literal physical communications infrastructure, those kinds of things potentially having been used by some of the conspirators to communicate with one another on the day in a way that, as you mentioned, Aaron, there's no documentation that's come out about what might have been said on these, who was using them, who had access to them for what purposes. But I think that's a super important point that Crichton, I think they literally built a bunker like under the plaza of the museum. It was like right there. And I'm sure that was full of communications equipment, and which, as I mentioned, Peter Dale Scott has written about the possibility that was used to help coordinate some of the conspirators.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, even in 7 Days of May, that there's sort of like talking about taking over the actual, the sort of overworld communication networks too, as part of the plot to depose the government. And there's a few sort of famous figures that I think a lot of people like to kind of keep track of on November 22nd, 1963. One of those, of course, is Richard Nixon, who is no longer in government. He was, I believe, at a Coke convention.
Pepsi.
Excuse me.
He was Pepsi CEO at the time.
I always mix it up with there's a Rolling Stones song called "Message to Turner," where they talk about meeting a guy in Coke convention in 1963, which is, I think it's actually 65, but I always, for some reason, associate that with Nixon there. So he is in Dallas.
A lot of people in Dallas.
George Herbert Walker Bush is in Dallas that day. Although the word is that he actually smoked so much of that Dallas Kush that he can't remember exactly what he was doing or where he was.
Thank God he's got that letter he wrote, or that his mom wrote, right?
Yeah. That his wife wrote a whole story about the fact that they were in Tyler. It was. I think I mentioned it on an earlier thing that we did, but the idea that he had been in Tyler, Texas. He also, HW. Just a brief aside on HW, but so first off, he accused this random person who had nothing to do with the assassination, James Milton Parrott, of having been involved, and just completely made up this story and sent it to the FBI. It's unclear to me why he did that. Perhaps to throw up a bunch of chaff, a bunch of bullshit. But he also got briefed by Hoover, I believe.
Yeah.
He was sent information, and also this is how we know that one of the ways that we've confirmed that HW was in the CIA at this point, because he's referred to as George Bush of the CIA. But in this memo, Hoover is informing, or Hoover mentions that he had informed HW about the activities of Cuban exiles in the aftermath of the assassination. HW was being kept up to date on these matters, which is quite curious.
Yeah, to be clear, HW had denied that he was ever in the CIA before becoming CIA director.
Yes. In fact, famously, he was the first CIA director. Well, he wasn't actually, but he was allegedly the first CIA director who had never been in the agency. And this was the whole reason he was made director, was because he was going to clean the place up. And obviously that he had been a long-time agency guy, and he was there to actually clean the place up.
There's one figure that we haven't mentioned who was in Dallas on that day. As I understand, Phil Oakes, the folk singer,
was
actually
I
in
read
Dallas,
about this,
and there was some sort of odd way that he found himself there, and sort of like Nixon. Like, I don't think Nixon was a part of the plot, but he was invited by like is it Doug or Dan Kendall, the Pepsi CEO guy, right, at this bottlers convention, and then he leaves. But Nixon, there's letters where he wrote to Kendall later saying like, hey, maybe we could talk a little bit more about that Bay of Pigs thing, right? So Nixon again trying to figure this out. It's kind of sad. He never gets to the bottom of it,
yeah.
and then he finds out he's got to resign, and the vice president is the guy that he didn't even put on the ticket in the first place.
He was this close to getting it.
But didn't make it. So there's a lot of people there that are. It's very strange why Nixon would have been there for some sort of. It did mess up the traffic and stuff having that bottlers convention, and then why have Nixon there? Because Kendall was a guy who was involved in the Chilean coup in 1971. He helped.
Yeah, absolutely.
He worked with the CIA there. I mean, he was with the Pepsi. Needs a lot of sugar back in the day before they had that corn syrup stuff they put in it now. But and the sugar industry is one of the most nasty mob-connected, gangsterish things. I mean, that going all the way back to like the slave colony in Haiti. It's like sugar is just it's not fun to cultivate, and it's nasty business. So there you go.
But you're getting too off topic. I mean, come on. What does sugar have to do with Cuba or anything like that? That's ridiculous.
No, but I do want to point that out. It's just very fucking weird that Pepsi is like a major corporation in like early 20th century American dalliances, internationally. And I just like, it's very fucking weird that they would invite Nixon to be in Dallas on the day of the assassination. I find it highly plausible that they were aware of what's going on. It seems like a lot of people were aware of what was going on or was about to go on.
Well, Pepsi and Coca-Cola also had bottling plants like throughout the world too, and sometimes in pretty in countries that weren't exactly friendly to the U.S. or that we didn't have much of like maybe even a official diplomatic presence in. And I think in Laos they used Pepsi plants as basically staging areas for anti-communist, operations and stuff like that. And certainly, I mean, it makes perfect. I mean, South America as well too.
Yeah.
One guy we should also mention that was up to he wasn't at home on November 22nd was Alan Dulles. He was at I believe it was a farm used by the CIA as sort of like an alt command center.
Yeah, he was in a bunker. He was in a bunker.
I don't know, maybe an overground bunker. But yeah, bunkers can be overground. I've been to fucking when I was 7, my dad took me to Normandy. I saw them fucking things there. So he was Alan Dulles was also was not lounging poolside. He was basically at like a CIA operations center that, and throughout the I believe the next few days.
Well, Kennedy goes into Dealey Plaza, and he doesn't come out. He doesn't come out the same way that he went in. He is the limousine slows down, stops according to many witnesses, but that doesn't seem to be what the Zapruder film shows. But the driver did not do a very good job. Oh, there's somebody shooting at the president. I better stop to make sure he's okay. Right? That was apparently his thought process, but a lot of people have thought he must have had something to do with this because he was so incompetent. And one Secret Service agent runs back. Is it O'Neill maybe? I think the guy's name is O'Neill, and he actually does do his job and tries to get to the president, but he finds the president in bad shape with a massive wound in the back of his head where a bullet had presumably exited, taking out a lot of the president's brain. The people behind the presidential limousine get hit with so much force of ejected bone and brain material that they actually think they've been hit by bullets, but they haven't. It's just the president's skull. Jackie Kennedy, in those videos, you can see it, or the pictures, she crawls on the back of the trunk to try to retrieve a piece of skull that has been blown out of the back of Kennedy's head. And she actually does, and eventually takes it to the doctors. Yeah, and they managed not to shoot her. The governor is shot in multiple places in the chest and in the wrist and in the leg. And the president, the first sign that he is shot is he grabs his neck as though he'd been shot in the neck. And they go to, then a few seconds later, there's this shot to his head, at least one shot. Some people think 2 shots hit him at about the same time in the head. And there was no way he was going to survive this injury. And he gets taken to the hospital, Parkland Hospital. And
Parkland.
Before long, he is pronounced dead. And his surgeon signs the death certificate and fills it out. And this document is actually kept out of the Warren Commission volumes later. And he's never called to testify, which is interesting. And the doctors are there trying to treat Kennedy. He's read his last rites, but his last rites are read to his corpse, really. And they then there's a conflict that ensues because Texas law was that the president was supposed to be, or anybody murdered was supposed to be investigated by local authorities, right? And so there's no special law like, oh, if it's the president, then X or Y or whatever, right? So there was no legal basis for what unfolded there, which was the Secret Service pulling out their guns to take the president's body, load it onto the plane, and fly to Bethesda. And on the way there, Lyndon Johnson is sworn in as president, with Jackie Kennedy still wearing that pink jacket that she had on that was covered in gore. And she was told that she might want to take it off. And she says, no, I want them to see what they did to Jack. And so she's standing next to Lyndon Johnson in that famous picture of him being sworn in. And then an autopsy is carried out in Bethesda, Maryland at a naval hospital.
Yeah, I want to say there are a lot of, maybe we can get to this a little bit, but there are a lot of sort of conflicting stories with autopsies and things missing, and maybe parts of, the front of Kennedy's head are gone that weren't gone in when he was in Texas. But yeah, that's sort of one of the most not confusing, but strange aspects of the Kennedy assassination, and I shouldn't even say most because it's all strange and confusing, is the sort of like conflict between Kennedy's body essentially being taken out of Dallas, a murder that occurs in Dallas, and then being taken to somewhere, thousands of miles away, and then having an investigation, not even necessarily done by the police, essentially done by a commission. But we should get to, we should kind of zoom in on some Dealey Plaza stuff there, because I want, if you're listening to this, if you're driving your car, especially while you're listening to this, I want you to put your phone right in front of your face and sort of Google an overhead view of what Dealey Plaza looks like, because this is, he's going down, I think it's called Houston Street, or as the New Yorkers call it, Houston Street, but we'll call it Houston Street because that's actually how you pronounce it. New York one too. So he's going down Houston Street, and then, like Aaron said earlier, it takes a sharp turn to the left there, and sort of starts going down this curvy Elm Street. I guess it's just makes a couple of gentle curves. Supposedly Oswald is on the 6th floor of the Texas Book Depository, which is in the corner of Houston and Elm. He's looking down, and again, you're looking at this. If I am going to shoot somebody from the 6th floor of the Texas Book Depository, and I don't want to get too bogged down into this, but I just want to be clear. If anyone is going to shoot somebody, you have a much better field of view when they're coming towards you down Houston. It's much more difficult to take a shot at somebody at the angle that he shoots them at. There are trees there that are always in bloom. They are not like, obviously this happens in November. These are evergreen trees. They are not like, they have not shed their leaves. There is a sign on the overpass there. And he manages to shoot Kennedy sort of at this strange angle, and he fires off 2 or 3 shots, and again, I think even the Warren Commission admits there might have been 3 shots, from the Carcano rifle, which is a bolt action rifle. That means you manually have to pull the bolt back to rack a new bullet into the chamber. 3 shots in a less than 6 seconds. Aaron mentioned earlier there's a Zapruder film, or I guess you alluded to the Zapruder film, but there is a film of Kennedy getting shot, which I'm sure everybody listening to this has at least seen stills from it. Like we mentioned in an earlier episode, I think we mentioned this. That film was immediately purchased by the Loose corporations, or by the Loose Families Corporation, the Life magazine, who keep it in a vault for quite a long time, and then release sort of shots of it or versions of it with frames missing, especially frame 313, which is the frame where you can see Kennedy's head snapping back. Now I've seen people get shot. I know that bodies react pretty wildly to impacts of bullets. They do things that look sort of unnatural. But, from a layman's perspective here, I'll be real with you. It looks like Kennedy's getting shot from the front right there. And now to the front of Kennedy, when he gets shot, to the left is a grassy knoll. And this is, where a lot of the sort of like jokes about the Kennedy, oh, he's on the grassy knoll, he's on the grassy knoll. I mean, I think without a doubt, it's entirely possible that Kennedy was shot by somebody from either the grassy knoll or from someone in that direction. I'm not married to the knoll or anything like this. There are a lot of reports. I think the actual statistic, although I'm sure you could find things that say many different things, but I think the actual statistic is something like 74% of witnesses saying that they heard 3 shots.
Right after it happened, there is an almost immediate reaction by nearly everyone on the ground, which, I mean, the crowd wasn't that big, actually, which is very odd, kind of looking back, like, in our time. But, like, I mean, it's big, but it's not that big.
It's not like a massive crowd, no.
Yeah. And pretty much, like, everyone, their instinct is to run towards the knoll. And you can see this, like, as it's happening, and people have testified to this, like, immediately after, although we can talk about where that testimony went. But most people immediately like run towards the knoll because that's where they had heard gunshots coming from. And there's the kind of like fence that separates it. And so the kind of implication being that if there were shooters, that they had been posted up kind of behind this little fence as a bit of a cover.
I mean, the deal is like, the Trueanon JFK episode number 4, I think this is. We're not going to tell you who the other shooter was. We don't know. Nobody knows.
I know, but I'm not going to tell you.
Liz knows, but again, she's not going to tell us, which is
because some people told me, and I told them I wouldn't tell.
Exactly, so. And of course, it's becoming to be coquettish. I think they're being coquettish when you do that. There are a lot of theories on who it could have been. I think at the end of the day, it doesn't necessarily matter exactly who, and it's quite likely that we wouldn't recognize the name of who. I mean, there's a lot of sort of theory, oh, it's Frank Sturgis. I think it's way too pat for it to have actually been Frank Sturgis. Oh, it's the smoking man from X-Files, which I think there is video evidence of that is alluding to that.
I think it's Ted Cruz's dad.
Ted Cruz's dad, yeah. Well, he just linked. I totally forgot about that. That was
so fucking funny.
That was amazing,
incredible moment.
But there were quite a few witnesses who said that they saw these 3 tramps, for instance. There's a kind of famous pictures of a few hobos, sort of like down and out guys,
well dressed, by the way, very well dressed. Hobos.
Everybody was wearing them suits back then. But I'd like to. Young Chomsky immediately puts his head towards. He's like, actually, those suits are pretty shitty. But they got the 3 tramps out there. Some people said it was like Frank Sturgis. I can't remember. Maybe the other one was like Howard Hunt or something like that. But again, I don't think that's possible. What I do think is entirely possible is that somebody shot Kennedy from the front with a suppressed weapon, either from the grassy knoll or from somewhere beyond that. Now, I say suppressed weapon because there's a lot of, suppressors were not, and suppressors, for those of you who don't know, are like basically long tubes that you screw on into the threads of a gun, which displaces the sound, which displaces a bunch of the gas that comes out, which causes the explosion that you see at the end of a gun, and also hides the noise. They don't, unlike in video games, they don't silence it. It's not like pew, pew. It's still definitely a gunshot, but it doesn't sound anything or much like a gunshot that's being fired near you, especially when you use subsonic ammunition, which I do not want to get too whatever about this, but it's ammunition that basically is designed to be fired through a suppressor and is much lower. I've shot subsonic ammunition at a gun range before through a suppressor. It's like fucking silent. But but entirely possible that the reason there's so many discrepancies in what people are hearing, because there are a lot of people who report hearing gunshots also from the grassy knoll, is because that Kennedy is shot from the other direction, from the front, with a suppressed weapon. And that would not be such a big stretch either, because a lot of the major power players that are connected with this are connected with the sort of people who really pioneered the use of suppressors in the United States, particularly this guy, Mitchell Werble III, who is, again, one of the pantheon of guys that I can't help but be somewhat charmed by, because he's such a bastard. I mean, Werble III, much like, like the Morgenstern or any number of people we could name, even, Sturgis, was one of those guys who didn't work for the CIA, but happened to be in every single country that the CIA was overthrowing the government of for like 15 years straight. And Werble, by his own admission, was a gun runner. I mean, he was like the guy who was like, Mac-10s, like, fucking have at him. He was like he literally went into business with the Ingram, like the inventor of the Mac-10, Mac-11. But he was a real pioneer in the art of suppressors. And he was very close to a lot of the people who were behind the Kennedy assassination, who were thought to be behind the Kennedy assassination. I mean, also the guy, much like many of these people, was running guns into Cuba. And so I think, without getting too much into the scientific details of this, because, there are a lot of theories about the fucking magic bullet and all this kind of stuff. I don't know the answers to any of these. I'm not a specialist at any of this. And there's, frankly, too many unknowns for me to be actually sure about any of this. But what I'm leaning towards is that there's absolutely could have been a suppressed weapon used. And that accounts especially for a lot of the confusion and the discrepancies, because most people, even if they had been in a war, and there were people, uniformed soldiers there who were off base, in fact, take video of this, which the video that soldier I'm talking about was confiscated by a guy in a suit who said he was a cop. These people, even if they had heard guns fire before, they would not have heard a suppressed weapon before, because these were not in use by anybody connected to maybe, I guess they weren't even Green Berets yet. Or no, there were. So these were not in common usage in the armed forces. So, I will stop talking about suppressed weapons now. But anyways, there's a lot of, confusion. Was Kennedy hit by one shooter, or was Kennedy hit by two shooters? Eventually, the House Select Assassination Committee, based on audio evidence they heard, said that there is a large possibility that there were two shooters. And that is the government that is saying that.
I mean, yeah, we can get into kind of like the craziness of the magic bullet theory. When we talk about the Warren Commission, maybe, and kind of where that theory comes from. I don't think that it's funny. I don't actually know anyone who agrees with the magic bullet theory. I mean, everyone kind of knows and says outright that they think it's bullshit. So it almost feels weird to spend time like debunking it in a weird way. But it is like, I do want to note that like, it is totally, completely not possible and is a totally insane thing for the government to say, which they clearly understood, because like less than a decade later, they're saying that it's two people, right? So, I mean, I do think what you're saying is correct. Like, it's funny because I think that when a lot of people talk either flippantly or kind of like disparagingly about like, oh, JFK conspiracy, blah, 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 blah. They always imagine that it's the person like diagramming out what's happening on Dealey to show that it couldn't be magic bullets. It had to be one or two or three, or this is where they were, and the knoll, and, all of the, I mean, maybe they're talking about all the fucking fake undercover cops that were there that, like you said, took literally all of the footage except for the Zapruder film. But in actuality, like that, I mean, I don't know, but like I have, in my research on all of this and reading about it and everything, like I focused way less on any of that stuff, because the crazier stuff is all of the stuff that happens before and after the actual event of the shooting in this kind of bizarre way. And I don't know if it's just that the kind of the line from the government is so absurd on its face that it feels kind of almost silly to spend so much time talking about it. I don't know. Does that make any sense? Like, it's almost not as interesting as getting into then immediately after what happens to the body, what happens to all this footage, okay, who are all these guys in suits saying that they're Secret Service or that they're with the cops or the FBI? that interview people, all of that testimony is gone because those weren't actual. I mean, I think maybe they were cops or they weren't cops, but they weren't who they said they were, or the stuff didn't go anywhere. And then, of course, what happens to our man on the ground, Lee Harvey Oswald, if he was on the ground? We can talk about that. But it's almost like, so the actual, like, seconds of the shooting aren't even as interesting to me. I don't know how you guys feel.
I think that the idea that there were strange munitions and firearms being used in there,
absolutely.
and Mitch Verbel would be the guy who would be a key figure in that. I believe that his compound where he did all this stuff was the farm. Like when you said that Dulles was at a farm, I believe it's like the farm as it was called, and that one of the meanings for that could be the place that Mitch Verbel had, did a lot of this work, if I recall correctly. Again, I'm with Liz on not being too obsessed on the details there, but I do want to add to what both of you said in that a lot of people did run toward the grassy knoll, and that's where they were confronted with people who had Secret Service credentials. Mm-hmm. There's a number of witnesses to this effect, and there were no Secret Service people there. And people who researched this later found out that the entity that makes them those credentials was essentially controlled by the CIA. And so, if you're going to have shooters there, then you would want to have a way to make sure that they had a good getaway, really. And there was one witness to strange goings on down there, who worked at the railroad. Station over and had a big bird's eye view of this whole thing. And he testified about seeing people there. And it's also worth mentioning that the limousine, gets cleaned up right away, and it's never really taken apart or looked at by the authorities, which is itself quite, extremely suspicious that they would do that. That's like a obstruction of justice or something. I mean, this is obviously a place that has or an item that has a lot of importance. The reason that they have to settle for 3 bullets is that there are only 3 shell casings found in the place where Oswald allegedly was, right? And they were kind of laid out all perfectly as though they were just set there and then later sort of rearranged. It seems. And also the time that it took, it had to be done over a 6-second time period. One of the bullets completely misses. And if it was fired by someone in Oswald's position, he would have had to have missed by 100 feet or something like that because of where it lands. Now, if it was fired from somewhere else, then it would make a little more sense. But it ricochets and it hits a guy in the face, this guy named James Tague. And so then there's, of course, Kennedy getting shot in the head. That's 2 bullets. Which means they have to, when we get to the Warren Commission, we can go into more detail about this, but they have to count for 7 wounds with 1 bullet, and that becomes the magic bullet theory. And as you say, it only takes like really briefly looking at it to say this is obviously not true. And I mean, it's just the angles of it are impossible, and the condition of the bullet is impossible. And so and even the Warren commissioners, some of them did not believe it, and they actually thought that their objections were going to be in the record, and they weren't. They were deceived in order to get this outcome. So this is significant. And for them to be taken after that, they go to the hospital there, and there's a journalist, Seth Cantor, who's actually traveling with the motorcade, and they go right there, and Seth Cantor at the hospital sees Jack Ruby at the hospital and has a conversation with him, and he knows him very well at this point. And so they talk. He recognizes him, and they talk to each other. And the Warren Commission later, after the fact, after Ruby shoots Oswald, Jack Ruby says, "No, I wasn't there," and they take his word for it because of, I don't know why. He's a pimp, so he has credibility. I mean, he's a pimp among other things, but like it's interesting.
I see what you're saying.
He's literally a pimp. I don't mean that as
literally and figuratively.
Well, yeah, it's not my way to express admiration for the man. Let's just say,
no, certainly not.
And his gamesmanship. So this is all very the circumstances around it are completely are so suspicious, and the way that it's explained after the fact, completely implausible. And even Connolly says, "No, I wasn't hit with the same bullet that hit the president first. I looked over one shoulder, looked over the other shoulder after Kennedy got hit." And the last thing I want to say about the bullets and the sounds and everything, the audio that they do use, this dictabelt recording, which has been disputed by investigators after the fact, but I don't necessarily take this. If we're talking about a state crime, then the state, to exonerate the state, is not necessarily a conclusion that you can take much faith in. And if you look at how some people have synced it up with the video, it does sync up, and it shows 4 shots. And furthermore, people like Cyril Wecht, one of the best pathologists, in the U.S., they believe that Kennedy was hit with 2 bullets at the same time in that headshot, essentially, and that in that case, that would probably sound like 1 bullet anyway. And so there were probably not just 4; there were probably other ones, and who knows what kind of silencers or ammunition that would like fragment, and account for that enormous blowout wound to the back of Kennedy's head. Who knows what kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's a huge fucking wound. Yeah.
It's described as a huge wound by everyone, but the actual autopsy photos are just a little hole like the size of your pinky. And supposedly people that go and see it's with this stereoscope technique that allows you to see it sort of in like 3D almost. And for the other pictures, it works that way. But then for the one of the back of the head with that little tiny hole, that it looks like it's just sort of pasted on there. If you actually have the autopsy photos with those stereoscopic viewers, which I don't have, but I've heard that from people. And it does not match what the people at Parkland Hospital in Dallas saw. They all reported seeing this massive hole in the back of Kennedy's head, which is clear evidence of a shot from the front.
Yeah, and just the like the way that it was spoken about in the press, there was immediately the idea, like Dan Rather famously saying that his head moved violently forward. Contrary to what the Zapruder film shows, which if you've watched JFK, back into the left, right? And, maybe this is an aside, but just the idea of the magic bullet theory being kind of on its face, almost ridiculous. When our man Geraldo Rivera showed the Zapruder film on television for the first time, it had a really serious effect on people because what they saw on that film was so contrary to what how it had been described in the press beforehand, and how the Warren Commission describes what happened. And so it it's like one of those like, who are you going to believe, me or your lying eyes kind of thing, right? Like it seemingly was clear to people having seen the film, and it seemed like it produced this effect of people all of a sudden being like, okay, this is not clearly this has been concealed from us for some reason, right? So I do kind of agree. When we talk about the specifics of the magic bullet theory, when we talk about the Warren Commission and how they had to square this impossible to square circle, but it does seem to me like you almost can dismiss it on its face, and a lot of the American public seemingly did when they saw this Zapruder film for the first time.
I want to say something that's always kind of made me giggle, I guess. Although I guess I don't really sound like I have a giggle voice right now, so I'm not really sure that's the most appropriate word to use. But an interesting thing here is that I believe the chair of the House Select Committee on Assassinations Forensic Pathology Group was one Dr. Michael Baden, who being involved in basically every famous autopsy of the past 70 years, was also the person that Epstein's brother, Mark Epstein, hired to declare actually that Epstein himself was murdered, which is in the Kennedy case. Dr. Michael Baden, who I think, and again, I don't have this in front of me, so I could be wrong, I think actually might have stolen a little piece of his brain. He declared that Kennedy actually, while he was like, oh, well, the Army, the people who did the autopsy were Army doctors who weren't used to doing autopsies, but their findings were actually correct. They shouldn't have been assigned to it, but they were actually correct. So, this guy, I mean, he was also, I believe, sort of poo-pooed the James Earl Ray was not acting alone theory as well. So there you go.
one person we haven't talked about who may or may not have been there on the day is Lee Harvey Oswald.
Oh yeah, Lee.
the man who ostensibly shot the president with a magic bullet, like we said, from the book depository. So maybe what we should do in order to talk about a little bit about what happened, where Oswald goes after, and how his arrest kind of goes down, is kind of what happens in the immediate aftermath of the shooting, and where do the cops go, right? How do they get to the depository? How do they find Oswald? Maybe we can like trace a little bit of his day here.
Well, we do know that Oswald did go to work that day. His coworker gave him a ride to work, and his coworker actually kind of had his life ruined by it, because he was sort of seen as like maybe an accomplice for quite a while. His coworker also, by the way, who went on Opperman's show very recently. I have not listened to that yet, but I would like to. But I do know that his coworker, I can't remember his name exactly. I think it's something Buell.
Yeah, Frazier, Wesley Buell Frazier.
Wesley Buell Frazier. He actually said that there's the whole thing with Oswald said he was bringing curtain rods to work, and he actually says that like, well, the bag that he had couldn't have held that gun even when it was broken down. So like, I think he really was bringing curtain rods to work that day, or, he certainly wasn't bringing the Carcano rifle. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. I mean, he did say that, but whether that's the case or not, I don't know. But it seems like Oswald goes to work. What happens after Oswald gets to work gets a little hazy, because there is no real evidence that Oswald shot him. I mean, there were gunpowder marks, I believe, on his hands, although not on his face. Which, resting your, little cheek weld
his
there.
Palms, not his
Carcano.
hands.
Yeah. Well, yeah, on his palms. But yeah, it is unclear whether Oswald actually fired the shots. But he does leave, or at least he's gone from the book depository at some point after that. And that is where I believe the murder of J.D. Tippett happens.
Yeah, his movements are very strange. He is alarmed by this. But he has also, as gets discovered later in New Orleans, he was around people who were talking about the Kennedy assassination. He seems to have been clued in that something was afoot, and it's speculated by some people who have very strange firsthand knowledge of Oswald, like this character Richard Case Nagel, who we should probably go over in a future episode, who was arrested on purpose, and he had some identification of Oswald with that fake name Hidell, and he had these fair play for Cuba things, and he told the people when he got arrested, I don't want to be in, I just arrest me so I won't be in Dallas when in a month. And so and it's also speculated that when the Chicago plot happens the same day as the DM coup on like November 2nd, that Chicago plot that kept JFK from going to Chicago, and they arrest these right-wing Cuban fellows, but they don't keep any records of it. The informant who dropped a dime on these guys was just named Lee. And so Nagel talks about how he had sort of been with these people, like Sergio Arcacha Smith and others who had been talking about assassinating Kennedy. And then Oswald supposedly shows up, but this is pretty well documented, with some right-wing Cubans to visit Sylvia Odio beforehand. And they're talking about how this Oswald guy is with them and he's crazy and he wants to kill the president. So there's all sorts of indications that Oswald was involved with this milieu that we would say was involved in the assassination, these right-wing Cubans and so on. And that he was involved in some military intelligence work, and that somebody else in a similar capacity, the Richard Case Nagel, who was out in California also looking into some like doing fair play for Cuba committee stuff and investigating some sort of other, potential attempts on the president's life. Like Oswald's life in this area and what he's doing in New Orleans and what the Nagel case is all about, and his visits to Sylvia Odio and perhaps his role as an informant in the Chicago plot. These all indicate that he was involved with these circles that were in the assassination and perhaps trying to infiltrate them or who knows what. But then when the assassination happens, he decides to get out of Dodge. And this is really better documented in Oliver Stone's JFK. They're really painstaking about these details, really about a lot of the details in the case. They do a great job on, and it's kind of, he got raked over the coals by the media, but that's just because the media is doing their job, which is to defend, the state, the establishment, and all that. But on those sort of details, like what Oswald does and the speed at which he does it, they're all very strange. He does seem to be alarmed and to know that something is wrong, so he goes home to get his gun. And then he makes his way eventually to the Texas School Book Depository, this movie theater, and he acts strangely. He goes around asking all the people in the audience, like sitting next to them and like looking at them, like he's, maybe looking for some sort of contact that he would need in in some sort of under the event of an emergency. And eventually he gets arrested. But in the meantime, and how do they identify Oswald in the first place is very strange, because he's on the 6th floor, but somebody identifies him with a description, and this information comes out of the police radio that is wrong about Oswald. Like I believe that it lists him as like 5'10" and 160 pounds, when really he's 5'9" and 130. But that happens to be the exact information, erroneous information that's on his like military records that's used. And so that's indicative, or just, a funny coincidence. But how do you, if you look at a building on like, we have there's a 4-story dormitory around here. If you look up to the 4th floor and you saw a person standing there, there's no way you'd be able to say how tall they are, or who they were really,
and
unless you really
for
knew
Christ's
him.
sake?
What's that? Yeah, 6th floor. So it's even higher than that. So that it's very implausible that he could be identified by someone on the ground like that. And it's also implausible that you would not only identify him, but that you would have the incorrect information about his height and weight that happened to correspond to his like military intelligence files, or whatever. So this is really indicative of him being what he said he was, which was a patsy. And he leaves with a revolver, or he goes home and get his revolver, and then goes to the theater. On the way, J.D. Tippit gets shot, but there's conflicting reports about that. Some people say it was 2 men and 2 Latino-looking fellows, and there are bullet casings on the ground that are of sort of strange origin and mysterious sort of chain of custody. And he had a revolver, not a pistol that would like eject the casings. And so their story is that he shoots, bam, blam, blam, empty revolver. And there's a wallet, right? Empty. Oh, my wallet fell out. Oh, well, right. They find a wallet there. And then when they arrest Oswald, he has a wallet. And then when they go back to the Payne's house, he has a wallet. So there's like 3 wallets that they find. Okay. And,
Jack Ruby isn't the only pimp here.
So in the theater, he's killed a cop, according to the police. Like, he's not only probably shot the president, but he's killed a cop. It's quite possible that he was meant to be killed. And I think that there's a little bit of a scuffle, and somebody one of the cops actually tries to shoot him, and then somehow his gun either misfires or Oswald puts his hand on it to stop it or something, and he gets arrested. And maybe he was not supposed to be arrested. Maybe he was actually supposed to be killed. And then they just botched that part, because he says, I'm a patsy.
Yeah, the whole goings down at the movie theater, the Texas Theater, is very confusing. And there are absolutely conflicting reports all over the place. There's 3 witnesses that have Oswald in the theater after Tippit was shot. But there are, the police say that he was arrested, I believe, on the balcony. But there's reports that he's arrested on the ground floor. It seems very confusing. There's plenty of people in the movie theater, by the way, so there's like 2 different stories happening. Is he on the ground floor? Is he up on the balcony? It sounds like, from what I could piece together, and maybe we can get more deep into this a little bit, because I do think it's very interesting. But it sounds like there was a second Oswald that shows up after Oswald's first arrest. A second person that was then on the balcony that is maybe let out and identified by witnesses.
Yeah, somebody leaves out the back, and these are that matches Oswald's just basic description, whereas Oswald is taken out the front, as I recall. That's written about in JFK and the Unspeakable, and it is very confusing what actually goes down there, and there's kind of things that can't really be easily resolved among the witnesses to that whole episode. So again, I'm not a Dealey Plaza person or a in that way where I could quote chapter and verse on all these things. This might sound funny, but when I see message boards where people talk about this, I get a little frightened when they're just like, "Oh no, that's Clarence Rogers that appears for 1 second in frame 212 with the white hat," and I'm just like, "You need to you can't. This isn't good for you to know this information, right?" So,
oh no, believe me, when I got into the suppressed weapons thing, there was a lot of big arguments on the like more arcane message boards devoted to this, where they're talking like, "You fucking idiot! Like, have you ever shot a 22?" Blah, like it's. Which, by the way, I don't think Kennedy was shot with 22, but it's people get really granular about it.
The possibility that he was meant to be killed at the theater, I think, makes a lot of sense. We've already talked about the idea that the Dallas PD was pretty heavily tied in with this military intelligence group, that they possibly were involved with this alternative communication scheme, which was communications infrastructure, which was being possibly used by the conspirators. And then the inconvenient things that Oswald says when he is arrested. Mm-hmm. And then we haven't gotten into the Jack Ruby thing, but it would not surprise me to find out that was an impromptu, ad hoc, decision that was made to have Ruby do what he did, because it seems much easier. The police have a certain omerta, right? There's this code that they have on top of the fact that they're part of this intelligence detachment, that they're connected to Crichton, that Lumpkin, the deputy chief, is a key intelligence asset. That seems a much simpler way to tie the knot, right? Kill Oswald, at the movie theater, and, frame him for having murdered this police officer, rather than what ended up happening, which is his arrest, his bizarre, we can understand why he said he was a patsy. He believed he was a patsy, and he almost certainly was. But for the public to see that this man who was being accused of having killed the president saying that I'm a patsy, that's not the typical defense that a person would take, an innocent person would take, to say that they had been framed by somebody for having done this. So it seems very plausible to me that he was meant to be killed at the theater, and that that what Ruby did was sort of an impromptu or ad hoc way to deal with that loose end.
It seems too like Oswald starts figuring out that he is getting fingered for this, even though it's interesting. He comes out, when he speaks to the media, and he's like, "I haven't been told what I'm being arrested for. They said that a cop was shot. I didn't shoot the cop. He says he's a patsy, but it seems like he understands possibly that he might be being implicated in the JFK assassination, even though he doesn't come out and say that. But the timeline of his arrest and then, obviously his death is very weird. So Oswald is arrested at the movie theater. He is taken into interrogation. It seems like at this point he's possibly maybe figuring out that something has gone deeply wrong.
Yes.
If we kind of take a little step back and are observing his movements, it seems like, okay, if the idea was that he was going to the movie theater to have a meet with a handler or whoever he was supposed to meet or whatever, and he realizes that doesn't happen. Instead, he gets arrested. Then what his actions at the police department kind of make a little bit more sense, I think. He at 6 p.m. Will Fritz, who we're going to talk about him a bunch, so that's why I'm name checking him. So he shows Oswald the picture of him holding the rifle in one hand with the communist publication in the other with the pistol on his hip. Oswald is like, "That's not me. That's me, but that's not me. I don't understand." This is a very famous scene in JFK. They keep cutting to it, and there's all the people who talk about, okay, is the photo collage? Is it a mood board that the CIA put together? Or do the shadows not meet up, et cetera, et cetera? And so he says that his face has been superimposed on the body, that's his face, but that's not him holding the rifle. He has no idea where this photo came from. This is, of course, the famous photo that ends up on the cover of Life magazine. At like 2 hours later, he's taken down to Dallas police headquarters, and he's like, this is where he starts yelling that he's a patsy. He's a patsy. We should point out that Jack Ruby is there at this point, and it seems like he had a chance to shoot him then, but doesn't. Unclear why. Or what happens. I don't know if he froze. Maybe he got a little cold feet. Maybe he didn't get the go-ahead. Who knows? But Jack Ruby was there and could have shot him, but didn't. Oswald, at this point, he starts asking for legal counsel, which doesn't show up. And this is like very weird. He asked for, I believe, like one of the big lawyers at the ACLU. And it was one guy who was really involved in the Smith Act cases. Doesn't show up. ACLU reps show up to the jail that Friday night, but are told by the cops that Oswald doesn't want an attorney. So that's not true. Saturday night, and this is very weird, Oswald attempts to make a couple of phone calls. And when I said that, his movement in the movie theater makes sense in conjunction with some of the actions at the police headquarters, this is what I'm talking about. He attempts to make a couple long distance phone calls, and it seems like what he's trying to do is contact a handler or contact a contact person, or make some kind of connection. There's like some switchboard operators that are witness to this and are able to give some kind of testimony. Two women, Alveda A. Trueanon and Louise Sweeney. Great names all over the place in this story, by the way. It seems like by their testimony, that Oswald is trying to call someone named John Hurt in Raleigh, North Carolina. And basically the switchboard operators, there's two of them. One of them is able to kind of grab the note that they write the number down on as a souvenir that night, which is how this was like kind of documented. The number is 843-7430 or 833-1253. That's written out like as in there's two numbers there with an or. With some research in November 1963, John David Hurt is listed as having the first number in Raleigh, and John William Hurt is listed as having the second. This is very weird. Of the two Hurts, the first one worked in military intelligence. John David Hurt was a U.S. Army counterintelligence agent. And all of this, I think, the House Select Committee, looked at all of this evidence and was like, this is very provocative. That's always what they say in these reports, which is so funny. Whenever they see something like this that comes up that is like such a clear, like, okay, Oswald, he's trying to make contact with someone who can get him out or tell him what's the next step, or, in his brain or whatever. They just go, it's very provocative. It's interesting. This is interesting, these points. But John David Hurt completely denies knowing why Oswald would try to call him. It seems like, it seems very clear that is what he was doing, that he's trying to make some kind of contact. And whether or not it happened or people just knew, everyone knew to kind of back off and not make contact, that this was going to be the fall guy.
Yeah, I would add just a couple of things to those stories. The photos that you mentioned that he says, oh yeah, those are fake, or I can know how to do that. That's easy to do. He's the shadows people have talked about, the strange stuff on the chin is a little weird. But additionally, it doesn't seem like an authentic sort of communist dude taking a picture of himself with a rifle. I don't even know what that would look like, I guess, because it's an odd thing to do. But the magazines are actually like, one of them is Trotskyite, and then one of them is like a pro-Stalin thing. And those guys, they hated each other. Like, if you were a communist, you would not be with those two magazines. You would still. Yeah. I mean, you would know better. Maybe some of you guys would know better.
I can provide some elaboration on that, Aaron.
I
no problem. So that's
go ahead.
Curiosity. with Oswald there is because, like you said, you're absolutely right. Like Oswald is holding, I believe, a copy of, I don't know, I think it's called The Worker. I think the Daily Worker changed its name all sorts of times. Incidentally, for those San Francisco heads out there, Mayor Willie Brown did do a fundraiser for the something. By that point, I think it was called like People's Daily in 1990. Just to be clear, Mayor Willie Brown did that. So another weird little connection there. Anyways, it is very, very fucking weird that he would hold both those newspapers. And he also wrote letters to both the CPUSA and to the Socialist Workers Party, who were who put out the Militant, the Trotskyite newspaper that he had. Every time, I did it a couple of times. I think he did it when he moved to Dallas, and I think he did it in New Orleans too, applying to membership for both parties. It's extremely odd that he would be like, he would move to the Soviet Union and then try to join the Trotskyite parties in the 1950s. That's why he left. Exactly. Oh wait, yeah, you guys killed him? I cannot count this. This is insane. It's totally bizarre. You know, whether the photo is fake or not, I don't know. I mean, Lee Harvey Oswald, absolutely. I could absolutely see a world where George DeMoran Shaw was like, dude, check this out. What would look very sick is if you had both of these photos of newspapers and the gun right there, because, you know, you're like smart and, you know how to shoot a guy really fast. But yeah, no, totally bizarre and doesn't add up. Another thing too, his mother visits him in prison and he doesn't say shit about that. She doesn't ask him about the shooting. But he's just like apparently very calm and just like asks about, I believe, his daughter and get her some new shoes or something like that. It's his mother, by the way, like Aaron said, I think last episode was pretty clear that she thought her son worked for the CIA, especially later in life. But yeah, I mean, his behavior in jail really is just, it seems like a guy who's just sort of confused. And I think that calmness may be like, okay, like I've kind of got my bearings and they're going to get me out of here.
Yeah. And when you mentioned the lawyer that he asks for this guy whose last name is Abt, I believe, like ABT. Mm-hmm. And he was famous for, you know, working in these controversial cases and also for representing communists. Right. And so one way to interpret that is Oswald saying, I'm not going to blow my cover. Please, somebody help me. And so that part is significant. Additionally, he's being questioned by Fritz, and and this other officer named Roger Craig, who's famous for discovering a different rifle first and saying that the original rifle that was discovered wasn't a Mannlicher Carcano, but that's a separate story. But he is told by Fritz that the station wagon that he had been seen leaving in belonged to Mrs. Payne, and he gets unhappy about this, and he says that this belongs to Mrs. Payne. Don't drag her into this. And then after that, he sort of mutters like, "Everyone will know who I am now," in a dejected way, right? And this gets reported as though he is saying, "Everybody will know who I am now." And this is sort of considered to be like a statement of motive or something like that. But it was really in response to the idea that Mrs. Payne had been brought into this and that somehow this will reveal who he really is, which suggests he had some idea of who the Paynes really were and that he was not happy about this. So he seems to be trying to, when he reaches out to John Hurt, the military intelligence fellow, when he's trying to ask for a lawyer associated with representing communists, when he says that he's not happy that it might be exposed that he is associated with Mrs. Payne, that this suggests that he was aware that he had been up to that point playing a role and that he had better stick to it, or at least that was the decision that he made, that his best chance was to maybe stick to that role. And he miscalculated, but I think at that point his fate was overdetermined, as we'll see.
Yeah, well, and so as you mentioned, his fate seems to be overdetermined, and Ruby, who had earlier made the decision to not kill Oswald in ostensibly a fit of rage, having seen him go into the Dallas Police Department headquarters, now decides that this is the chance. And as Oswald is being led out of the building, as Aaron mentioned earlier, a room full of police officers. Ruby, who has secreted a handgun into this room full of police officers, steps out and shoots Oswald and kills him right there on the spot, essentially. And whatever Oswald thought about what was happening and decided that after saying that he was a patsy and then seeming to decide that his it seems like maybe he thought his fate was sealed. I think almost like he kind of went with the he tried to say that he was a patsy and then decided that, well, I'm gonna play my role right to the end. And like a lot of agency assets, they don't have a long lifespan per se, and they often end up dead at the hands of their employer, which when we get into Ruby's background, I think is pretty clearly what happened in this case.
Yeah, to that I would just add that one of the things that allows this to happen in that Dallas police station is an anonymous threat on Saturday that about 100 men were going to take Oswald and kill him. And this is delivered to the police department. And that, as a result of this, they make the decision that they're going to protect Oswald, which they didn't do a very good job of. But they have a lot of cops in that room, but nobody really guarding the building. And they also have a lot of patrolmen reassigned to control traffic along Oswald's route, but nobody guarding the stairwell. And later, the House Select Committee determines that this was the route that Ruby took and that it was probably an inside job in terms of letting him into the building. And this is, again, another example of the limited hangout that was the House Select Committee, and that they do expose some important things, but in a way they help to reinforce the Oswald did it cover story. Mm-hmm. And Ruby was supposed to be actually, not Ruby or anybody, no one was supposed to actually be able to get close to Oswald. They marched in this formation of like a diamond with one person in front, person on the left, right, and then behind him. But the person in the front, for some reason, is very energetic, and he walks way ahead of the group. So there's nobody in front of Oswald. Just bad luck for Oswald. And so Jack Ruby comes up, and he comes out when there's like if you've seen the video, there's like a horn that plays that seems... Yeah,
it's really weird.
Yeah, it's bizarre. The horn is kind of analogous to, which we didn't cover, but it's analogous to the umbrella thing in Dealey Plaza, where like there's just inexplicably this like signal before the bullets start getting fired, and somebody opening and closing an umbrella right by that sign right before Kennedy gets shot, which seems to be sort of a green light. There's a lame documentary on that by Earl Morris. Where
I was just gonna say that Errol Morris came out and he was like, "Oh, and I tracked down the umbrella guy, and it turned out it was a protest." Which, for some obscure thing, I can't even remember what it was for.
Because of the umbrella carried by the Munich.
Oh God, no! Is this a Neville Chamberlain thing?
Neville Chamberlain, thank you.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. Oh God, man! But he carried it like Neville Chamberlain carried it at his side. He didn't carry it over his head.
A walking stick.
Exactly, it was like a walking stick, like all pedophiles do. I don't understand. That's ridiculous.
No, but I encourage, you know what? It's so funny because that was like part of some fucking New York Times, New York crime job that they did a couple years back where they were covering the assassination. And they have Errol Morris come out and do his fucking thing. And he talks about, it's all about the nature of the conspiracy, where like everything that you think is crazy actually has a perfectly random and improbable, but totally normal explanation. It's like, come on, man. Like the whole thing. Yeah, everyone should watch that. It's pretty funny to watch.
If he'd come to a different conclusion, if he'd actually come to a different conclusion, there's no way the Times would have run it. They would have been like, "Oh, this isn't."
Yeah.
We don't
well,
like
they wouldn't
this.
have called Errol Morris in the first place. If you ask me.
Yeah.
Well, that does lead us down the path. Well, actually, down the street to a seedy part of town with lots of neon and people in stockings to Jack Ruby. And if you think that we would be able to even touch Jack Ruby in the hour and a half that we've had so far. I mean, if you think we're going to be able to do that in the confines of a regular episode length, you are out of your fucking mind. We will be going to dance at the Ruby Club very soon. But not this episode, ladies and gentlemen. We are unfortunately taking a trip in 1959 to tour the casinos with our good friend Jack Ruby. So we actually won't be back with this. Well, actually, we will be back with that. I don't even know what I'm saying. We're not covering Jack Ruby this episode. We're covering Jack Ruby next episode. And then, of course, we got the Warren Commission, and there's a lot. The aftermath of the Kennedy assassination is equally as important to pay attention to as the build-up to the Kennedy assassination, because, as you remember, they killed him for a reason, right? Like, they didn't just whack him and then like, well, I guess LBJ's vice president, we're all good. I mean, that LBJ was vice president, they were all good, but there's a lot more to it than that. So Ben and Aaron, thank you so much for joining us for these just hour and a half that we've recorded. We have not recorded 2 episodes today. That's crazy. Why would we ever do that? Why would we record for hours and hours and hours? But always a pleasure to have you two in the virtual studio. Well, fellas, lady, that sounds weird. Ladies and gentlemen, fellas and lady.
Also, we're still going, Brace, so I don't know why you're saying bye to me.
I know. Dude, I know. We're still going, Liz. Don't remind me. Let me do a fake goodbye then. Let me just show the audience we're fake goodbye. Let me give a good fake goodbye to our treasured guests. Now I'm all mad. Let me give a good fake goodbye to our treasured guests. Ben and Aaron Good. That sounds like they're married. Aaron Good and Ben.
Yeah, thank you. This was great, and I hope your audience likes it.
Yeah, always a pleasure to be here.
Well, that about solves it.
He died.
He died.
I'm glad. You know what I have to say? I'm glad that we've covered this topic because we finally settled once and for all whether or not Kennedy died. And I have to say, after hours of research, really
Evidence
days, weeks, we've we've come to the conclusion it's true that yes, he died.
He passed away.
It's over for him.
I'll be real with you guys. I'm also about to pass away because I'm really hungry.
This is what always happens. You get naked and then you
hot.
talk about how
we've been doing this for 4. It's literally we're nearing 5 hours. My name is Brace.
I'm Liz.
That was all right. That was an offensively deep sigh. We're joined by producer Young Chomsky. Our podcast is called Trueanon, although by the time I finish saying the sentence, it will be 2048. No one will listen to podcasts anymore. So our little VR sex robot special episode is I can't remember what I was saying. We're called Trueanon.
We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Jeffrey Epstein.
Inserting SSD card. Jack Booby uploading. That's my computer voice.
That's not a good computer voice at all.
Fuck off. You know what? Liz?
Okay, first of all, calm down.
No.
Brace is tired. Brace is hungry.
I'm not hungry. When we had the break between 2 episodes, I ate the leftover lunch that I made. So no, I'm not hungry. This is genuine anger. That was a good computer voice. Jack Booby is a good name. I know we still have to call it JFK 101. We could call it Jack Booby.
Okay, let me do it. Ready?
Okay.
Inserting memory card. Wait, what am I saying again?
I don't know, because I don't know why you would insert a thing, but
I don't know.
uploading.
Didn't
Let's
you
do
say
like
that? What did you say? Uploading?
uploading Jack Booby.
Uploading Jack Booby.
Don't mind if I do. Ladies and gentlemen, you are getting the worst of us for these JFK
We do
episodes.
this every
intros.
time. You know what? You're not. You're getting the best.
When we started recording,
What are you looking
today,
at?
It was me? Nothing, because it's dark now and I don't have any lights on, because when we fucking started recording, it was like high goddamn noon, and now I'm here in the dark like a little Dracula.
You do look like a little Dracula. Hello, everyone. I'm Liz.
My name is Dracula. I couldn't even think of something funny. I'm the fucking Transylvanian cocksucker. And we have
Put that on Wikipedia.
we have, of course, joined on the ones and twos, producer Young Chomsky. The podcast is called Trueanon.
Hello, everyone. This is the penultimate
That's right.
installment of our JFK series. And you know what? I'm not going to even fucking tell you what it's about. So,
well, we said Jack Booby at the beginning.
Well, so you might still not get the reference.
Oh, it's Jack Booby stopped uploading. We're good. Start the episode.
What?
I don't know.
What does that even mean?
We inserted Jack Booby earlier and it finally finished uploading.
No one's going to get that. That's so
I understand.
No, how about we'll do it this way? Let's just start the show.
All right, freaks, welcome back to Dallas. We have with us, as always, independent researcher Ben, which I really got to give you like a fake last name for this, because independent researcher is such a long title, and then just Ben. It's Ben. It stands for something, but I'm not going to tell you what. And of course, we have with us, as always, Aaron Good, a scholar, earned his PhD writing about U.S. hegemony, elite criminality, and the deep state. His dissertation is being published by Skyhorse, and we actually do have a link in the description this time. It has finally arrived, and updating the past ones too. And joining us, as always, are the ghosts of Lee Harvey Oswald and Jack Ruby, here to duke it out in a long, really tortured marionette segment where we imitate their voices for far too long until the bit really goes dry.
Do you remember Celebrity Deathmatch?
Yes, I do.
That was cool. The claymation MTV.
Yeah,
they should have done a Ruby Oswald thing.
They very well might have. I think. But
how could they fight if they were friends? Like that little spoiler?
Well, so we did end last time with the brutal assassination of Lee Harvey Oswald, getting shot in the gut by Jack Ruby. Obviously a very big deal. And that leads to some pretty wide-ranging repercussions. And some things really start, I guess you could say, moving right after that.
Yeah, that's right. Once Oswald is killed, the machinery of the state slowly moves towards finding a way to settle the dust. And this is most famously, I guess infamously, this comes out years later, it gets declassified, that the assistant or deputy attorney general Nicholas Katzenbach sends a memo to Bill Moyers, who you guys know as PBS junkies out there. Of course, he sends him a memo saying that the public needs to be satisfied that Oswald was the assassin, that he did not have Confederates who are still at large, and that the evidence was such that he would have been convicted at trial. Which is interesting because at this early date, Oswald's only been dead, a few hours, and it's strange that he would be able to make such a pronouncement so soon. He also says that speculation about Oswald's motivation ought to be cut off. We should have some basis for rebutting that this was a communist conspiracy, or, as the Iron Curtain Press is saying, a right-wing conspiracy to blame it on the communists. And this part is funny. He writes, unfortunately, the facts on Oswald seem about too pat, too obvious. Marxist, Cuba, Russian wife, etc. The Dallas police have put out statements on the communist conspiracy theory, and it was they who were in charge when he was shot and thus silenced. So right away, you have not only this statement about trying to pin it on Oswald and Oswald alone, which is completely unwarranted by the circumstances, because it has gone from being, strange and suspicious to very, very strange and suspicious. But also he's even acknowledging that, it looks a little bit like he's a communist, but then it's kind of so obvious that even that is problematic. So what are we going to do about this?
Yeah, because we talked about this sort of flirting with disaster that certain elements within the deep state did, right? We talked about Frank Sturgis, for instance, creating all of this propaganda that Oswald had been paid by a Cuban agent in Miami, and obviously the supposed Mexico trip that he took to supposedly meet with Kostikov, the KGB's Western Hemisphere political assassinations director, which almost certainly did not happen. Right? It almost seems like Oswald likely was not even in Mexico City, and so that framing, the fact that what the information that was coming out of these sort of maybe more right-wing elements was that Oswald was a communist. So then immediately after Oswald is killed, there's a good article by Donald Gibson called "The Creation of the Warren Commission," where he talks about he really goes through a detailed chronology of how this discussion between Eugene Rostow, who was the dean of Yale Law School, I believe, and Katzenbach. They almost immediately after Oswald was killed by Ruby, they had started to come up with this narrative. And it seems like they already perhaps had been fed a narrative by somebody else who higher up, because it seems like they came up with this very, very quickly, this idea of Oswald and Ruby as we've referred to it, the dual nut theory.
Dual nuts
of the assassinations. And because as you can imagine, so Katzenbach, assistant, director of the Justice Department, obviously RFK, pretty despondent at the death of his brother. So Katzenbach is basically running the Justice Department at this point. So obviously has a huge amount of impact. And he and Rostow are basically on the phone talking about the fact that we have to put together a presidential commission because we have to convince people. I think one of the things that Katzenbach says in his memo to Moyers is that we have to convince people that Oswald would have been convicted by a jury trial of having killed him. And so we need this presidential commission to reassure people of that fact. But you immediately see in the memo when he talks about, as Aaron mentioned, this idea of the Iron Curtain Press, but also the fact that Oswald had been sort of framed up as potentially being a Cuban or Soviet agent. That's on their minds as well, right? So it's the combination of the Dallas police has completely bungled this thing. They've allowed Oswald to get killed, so we can't have a jury trial. And so now we need to convince people that Oswald did do it. And simultaneous to that, we have to make sure that any potential information that might link Oswald to the Soviets or the Cubans can't come out into the public. And we obviously know now that stuff is all bullshit.
Right.
And I would guess that maybe Katzenbach suspected that based on, as Aaron mentioned, his comment about all of those facts seeming too pat. But this just reminds me very much of 9/11. Of course, I always want to bring it back to there. With Zelikow basically coming in and writing an outline of the 9/11 Commission's report before they had done any investigation, right? Coming in with a story that they had already decided on. And it's very reminiscent of that. It seems like they have this concept of Oswald as the lone nut long before, as Aaron mentioned, they possibly could have known that was the case. And as we have discussed, it was not the case at all. And that story, by the way, because people don't really know much about the House Select Committee, for instance, the official story that you hear is still the Katzenbach memo story.
Right.
It's still to this day the story that was that they came up with, within 90 minutes of Ruby killing Oswald. That is still the story today that you hear from mainstream media and from the government officials. So it's very sticky.
Yeah, I want to just to reiterate and drive this home. the Warren Commission emerges because the government needs to convince the public of the official story, not in order to figure out or like find anything or provide any kind of fact finding or any kind of open thing, but purely as a propaganda piece to solidify this entire like completely ridiculous story that we're going to lay out that the government has now sold the American people. Like that was the purpose of the Warren Commission, full stop. And I think it's like important to kind of like understand that this is also kind of part of the entire operation, right? And actually, I mean, it's so cheesy to be like the cover up is worse than the crime, and I mean, you know, they fucking assassinated the president, so I'm not saying that, but also it's in some ways it's just as important, you know, at the lengths they go in order to sell this story.
Well, I think too they were faced with a couple of choices, and it's obvious which one they chose. It's borne out by history, but they essentially had the choice to have an investigation in Texas, which on one level would make quite a lot of sense, right? It was a murder that happened in Texas. I mean, you'd think that much of the investigation would take place there. And anyone else gets killed in Texas, usually they do not form a congressional committee with subpoena powers to figure out who did it, or rather to tell you who did it. But they chose this very august body. I guess it's not an august body. An august body implies some kind of age, although many of the people on it were very old. But they chose to gather this group of old men, many of whom had close connections to, as we know now, and as you probably could have guessed at the time, the people who actually were behind a lot of this, to essentially tell the public the phase 2 story. Because, we mentioned this, I think, in a previous episode, but Peter Dale Scott lays out a couple of official narratives that were bandied about Oswald. One, that he was some kind of communist, Soviet, Cuban, whatever agent. And then the second one, which is what we come to know now as the dual nut theory, or the lone nut theory. And it seems like the Warren Commission was really just dedicated to hammering home that phase 2 story. And I mean, it does it. We can elaborate on this, but like it does it in a very sort of permanent way. I mean, that is still, even though most people, I think it's still the vast majority of people do not believe the official, thus the Warren Commission report story on the assassination. That is still basically the official government line. And like Ben was saying, like that's the official narrative, is that Oswald was acting alone. Jack Ruby was acting alone, despite what any other piece of evidence will tell you.
I would say one person who gets overlooked in this discussion about the assassination and the formation of the Warren Commission, even though Gibson mentions it in his article, how many people read that, is Dean Acheson. Dean Acheson he seems to be even higher up. If you can think of it as a hierarchy, higher up in the establishment than someone like Dulles. Like Dulles seems to have quite likely been involved in the operational side of it, but Acheson could have been among the circles, of the pinnacle of the, corporate elite in America who came to a consensus that Kennedy probably had to go. He had been Truman's Secretary of State, and he's from an old money, super establishment family. And he is a guy who, while he was in government, really established the kind of cosmology of U.S. foreign policy in pretty significant ways. He was the boss of George Kennan, who wrote the long telegram from Moscow, which basically lays out the theory or policy of containment towards the Soviet Union, really depicting the Soviets in much more, grim and dangerous terms than was warranted, given that the Soviet Union had just lost about 27 million people in a war and were not itching to fight against the United States at all, who just demonstrated that they have the nuclear bomb and so on. And it's, it just is very implausible that Kennan just, I'm going to send this memo off real quick and types out the long telegram, if you've ever read that. But that sort of so you can think of Acheson as the father of containment, I would argue. And then later, after the events of 1949, where the communists win in China and the Soviets detonate a nuclear bomb, and it leads to this Red Scare. Well, that's around the time that NSC 68 gets written, or it's like a year later, right? That gets written by Paul Nitze, who is sometimes considered one of the like fathers of the neocons, this like super militarist guy. But he wrote NSC 68 really at the direction of Acheson also. So Acheson, and this is where the more aggressive version of containment, which is like rollback, gets formulated. Okay. And so Acheson is a guy, very connected to the state, but also these forces outside of state, this sort of super Wall Street Eastern establishment elite. And he has basically formulated the two acceptable foreign policies of the United States, which is containment, which is pretty much, confrontation, especially in the periphery, towards the Soviet Union, and using communism as a useful pretext for all sorts of neo-colonial foreign policies and so on. And then later he comes up with rollback, which is even more belligerent, right? And calls for an even bigger military buildup, which eventually comes about in the Korean War. Okay.
So that's what NSC 68 is. It's like a national security memo. It's basically saying that we need to roll back the communist advances.
Yes. And also that they're going to need a big military buildup to make sure that they have overwhelming, superiority. They overstate Soviet capabilities. And they also make the argument for really what comes to be, what I call exceptionism, which is just this permanent state of exception that the U.S. should operate in to confront communism. Because they make statements in that report that our morals won't be endangered if we, pull out all these stops. It doesn't matter if our actions don't match our ideals. Anything to stop communism is acceptable. And so this is Acheson's baby. And this is what Kennedy was proposing an alternative to, sort of like Henry Wallace. Henry Wallace wanted cooperation, friendly competition with the Soviet Union. Kennedy was moving in that same direction. And this was unacceptable to the people who had been the architects of post-war U.S. hegemony. And I think that it's not a coincidence that when it comes to covering up his assassination, the guy who is persuading the people who are lobbying LBJ so hard was Dean Acheson, the guy who also was manipulating events to come up with containment and rollback, and it is a very much a key figure of the establishment. There's a good article by history professor Bruce Cummins about this, where he just talks about imponderables, meaning like these questions about U.S. policy and how it's geared towards Wall Street and big oil, and that some of these figures are guided by motivations and connections that we as historians cannot really be privy to, but we can at least sort of see the shadows of it. And I think that it's important to focus on Acheson and his role in this, and really see that it's not just a matter of people in the state, but the higher sort of deep political system of the U.S., especially the pinnacle of corporate power, that makes you have to think that if this is a state crime that we're talking about, that these elements of society have to be brought into our understanding of the state. And Acheson is really emblematic of that. And there's a quote from Acheson that's at the Harry Truman Library, an interview he did closer to the end of his life. And he's talking about democracy. And he says, you see, you all start with the premise that democracy is some good. I don't think it's worth a damn. I think Churchill is right. The only thing to be said for democracy is that there's nothing else that's any better. And therefore, he used to say, tyranny tempered by assassination, but lots of assassination. People say if the Congress were more representative of the people, it would be better. I say the Congress is too damn representative. It's just as stupid as the people are, just as uneducated, just as dumb, just as selfish. So, to my mind, it's interesting. He's talking about assassinations, as a way to, bring in the more unruly tendencies of a system of government, and also just his utter contempt for the democratic principles that we're all supposed to pretend to believe in America. That's a telling quote.
So these guys do eventually pretty quickly convince LBJ that he needs to put together this commission. And the first guy that he goes to, well, I don't know if he's the first guy that he goes to, but one of the main guys that he goes to is, of course, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Earl Warren, who has a career that I would not say is I couldn't describe it as one that I would have myself taken. I think he was 3 times governor of California. He was as Attorney General, I believe, of California, presided over the concentration camps that FDR put Japanese people in. I have read places that he was a proponent of sterilizing Japanese people. Not a great guy, although pretty typical of people who've
A
been
man
on the
of
American
his
Supreme
time.
Court. Yeah, exactly. At first, he actually, I believe, did not want to do it. I think RFK went over there and was to try to get him to get on, or at least that's what the story says. And then there is actually a taped recording of LBJ. I can't remember who he's talking to, but he's talking to, I think, maybe Boggs, who's also on the Warren Commission, talking about how he got Warren on, and he's like, I think he calls Boggs fat in it too, which is really funny. It's like, put on your World War I uniform, you can still fit into it.
That's a classic LBJ.
Yeah, but
especially coming from
exactly. He does sound drunk in it, and it does take place close to midnight. So, but he calls Warren. He brings Warren down to his office, and he apparently berates him so badly that, according to LBJ, Warren cries, and the commission sort of forms around him, and we have some pretty upstanding members of society on there. I mean, you have Alan Dulles, who is I think
friend of the pod.
Alan Dulles in every episode, so you should know who Alan Dulles is by now. And you have McCloy as well, and Ben. For some reason, I feel like I talked to you about McCloy before. I don't know. He was former president of the World Bank and like a big Rockefeller guy.
Yeah, and the other person who was pretty important is Ford,
yes,
who obviously goes on to play a very important role in a related conspiracy, the Watergate conspiracy. But it's just very interesting to see his, he's a very reliable guy for these people that they can trust that he's gonna get them the answer they want. But I one of the funny, we were talking about this idea of the framing of the Warren Commission being the idea that we have to keep this information about Oswald being potentially connected with the Soviets and the Cubans out, is that's one of the things that LBJ says to Warren. Yeah, he said, I don't want Mr. Khrushchev to be told tomorrow that and be testifying before a camera that he killed this fellow and that Castro killed him. And all I want you to do is look at the facts and bring in any other facts you want in here and determine who killed the president. And that's when Warren started crying. So it's like that cudgel gets deployed, and Warren obviously is super important to bring credibility to this commission, being that he's the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. So bringing him on board is crucial. And one of the ways that Johnson does that is to sort of scare him about this specter of possible nuclear war.
So we got a few other freaks in there. We have Hale Boggs, who I just really likes, and there's no one named Hale Boggs anymore.
Yeah,
I mean, I feel like
comment.
Even the last name Boggs, like, how did that go away? I mean, you can't get rid of it. That's a last name, but never met a Boggs in my life. He died in a plane crash he disappeared right in 1972. And then, of course, you got Richard Russell Jr., and I think that's it. I think we covered everyone there. But they basically formed this commission of these guys who are generally pretty well respected, and give them this mandate, essentially, to prove that Oswald was the lone assassin and Jack Ruby kind of ended the case for everyone.
Yeah, there were 3 Democrats on the committee, and that was Russell, Boggs, and Cooper, and they were all not really convinced in the end that it was that in this lone nut theory, the dual nuts theory, and so this was. But they didn't have were any liberal Northeastern Democrats. They didn't really have anybody from the progressive wing of the Democratic Party on the commission, which is really noteworthy. And they had, Alan Dulles's inclusion was very, it's kind of sinister, really. He lobbied to be on there. He didn't have another job, and he kept things from them that were important, like the Cuba business. And so the Cuba and assassination plots with Castro, I mean, that was obviously something that should have been looked into. He also began the proceedings by giving these guys a book that had just been written, saying something to the effect, the thesis of the book is, in Europe, this old way of politics is, leaders might get assassinated because of like power plays and so on. But in America, it's just, lone nuts who are responsible for it. And then somebody pointed out to him that, well, what about, the Lincoln assassination? There was a big plot there with a number of people. And then Allen Dulles said, well, John Wilkes Booth was so hell-bent on killing Lincoln that he was basically like a lone nut himself, So
if you really want to do something, it just becomes yours. You know what I mean? I mean, all your friends, they fade into the background.
That's called praxis.
Your assassination.
No.
Yeah, and there was a rumor that RFK had requested Dulles to come on there, or this was stated by people after RFK was dead. And RFK would say in public, "Oh, the Warren Commission, they're great men, and Allen Dulles is a great man." But that's the same thing that Kennedy said about him when he fired him. I mean, we know that they went around looking to get rid of any other Dulleses in the government. And so, I don't think that you can put this on RFK at all. In fact, McCone, the director of the CIA, on the day of the assassination said that our reports indicate that there were bullets fired from multiple directions and that there were multiple shooters. And RFK pretty quickly tries to say to one of the Cubans that had been working for him, like, your guys did this. And he also comes to realize soon that Jack Ruby had been in contact with people that he'd been investigating in the Justice Department for their connections to organized crime. So it's what that shows. And he comes to believe, basically RFK comes to believe something similar to what Garrison and Oliver Stone believed, that it was, the national security state elements within the Pentagon and CIA that were responsible for this. And this is really noteworthy because he is the attorney general. He's the top lawman in the country. And yet he comes to believe that the forces behind this are not, cannot be touched by him in this position. And he plans to come back and look at it as president. But in the meantime, he publicly supports the Warren Commission until a little bit towards the end of his life, when he actually does make some statements about wanting to reinvestigate the assassination, and then from the position of the presidency, and he gets killed.
Yeah, and the Warren Commission, I mean, for all of its bullshit, they do put out a shit ton of work. And I know that could be, I mean, I've always sort of thought of that as part of the operation, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
If you want to convince somebody that you're a really serious person, put out a 918 page, I think it's somewhere around there, report with 28 volumes of appendixes. I think it's, the funny thing is, only about 10% of it is actually devoted to the assassination itself, and the rest is just kind of filler, background kind of stuff. I mean, some of which has been useful to investigators, obviously, but very little of it is actually devoted to the assassination itself. And one of the people they do end up interviewing, although under very strained and somewhat, I think, infamous circumstances now, is one Jack Ruby.
Yeah, Ruby's interview is pretty notorious. It is depicted in Oliver Stone's JFK, and it's one of those scenes that people think, well, he must be making this up.
Yeah, or
Ruby
dramatizing it, making it kind of crazy little, but
right. And the fact is, you can find the entire transcript at I think maryfarrell.com or history or Rex Bradford's site, and it's even, the more you read it, the stranger it is. He not only says, my life is in danger. I can't really tell you what I know here. Please take me to Washington. And Earl Warren's saying, well, I can't do that. And he makes these other weird statements like, you're not going to give me that truth serum, are you? Or you're not going to give me a lie detector test. I mean, if you give me that truth serum, who knows what I'll say? And he almost seems to be saying, can you please give me some truth serum? I mean, he wants to talk. It's kind of comical because he's someone who seems very nervous, and he wanted to talk to Earl Warren and was asking him for his help. And he makes a bunch of strange statements within that are kind of obscure references. At one point, he actually they find out that they have a mutual acquaintance. He and Earl Warren. So he says that at one point, Ruby to Earl Warren says that, "Hey, do you know this fellow?" And they bungle the name in the transcript. They put it as like Mark Lane is one of the actual things that they put in, which is funny. But so he drops this name in a conversation to Warren, and Warren says, "Oh yeah, Alfred was killed in a taxi in New York." Okay, and now this was a confusing part of the testimony. Peter Dale Scott went and looked for people who died in New York City in '62, something like that. And he finally figures out who it is. It's Alfred McLean of a Dallas petroleum law firm known as Turner Atwood. And he had clients like the Murchisons, Deli Taylor Oil Company, and Murchison. Murchison underwrote like J. Edgar Hoover's racing holidays at Del Mar Racetrack and at the hotel there. And this guy, McLean, who had dinner with Ruby when Ruby was trying to like shake him down basically for debts that he owed to gambling interests in Cuba, maybe the Tropicana Casino. And and Warren knows this guy well enough to know that he had died in a taxi cab, and that wasn't publicly available information. Like this hadn't been reported on. So and this character, McLean, that Ruby is shaking down, he had been a counsel for oil exploration company called Rimrock Tidelands, and they had a subsidiary that was Rimrock International that was in a Senate drug investigation because the managing director, Santo Sorge, was using this position as a cover for a liaison between U.S. and Sicilian mafia, and that they were likely using this. He was using this position to secure things like oil rights in Tunisia, which would go to bigger companies and then ultimately to the oil majors, through corruption. And so there's this whole web of like organized crime, oil companies that are, pretty close to establishment figures like Warren, just a few degrees of separation, right? And they're having a conversation about this in Dallas. And this is just one example of the strange things that Ruby makes reference to that point to Ruby's position, not just as a nightclub owner or a low-level mob thug, but like some guy who's sort of a fixer and a guy who is connected to the deep political system of the protected drug traffic and so on. There's other incidents like this in his biography that come out over many years. And there really wasn't the vocabulary for people to even understand these things so much at the time. It just seemed like Ruby, this was like a mob style hit is what it looks like. And, we should try to figure out what happened if you're a critic of the Warren Commission, or you could just believe he did it for whatever obscure reason he chose to do it.
Well, yeah, Ruby, we should pause here on Ruby for a second because, like we said, he's sort of the flip side of the dual nut theory and pretty key to everyone buying into this whole Oswald dual nut theory. But he is not at all, he's like you kind of just teased out there, he's very well connected, not just to Oswald, not just to Kennedy, not just to the events in Dallas, but also to all the establishment figures on the Warren Commission in a myriad of ways. So we should get into that a little bit. So who is Jack Ruby?
Well, I want to make it clear here. Jack Ruby, Jewish. So I want to say, people say, we have nothing to do with the assassination. No, we did. We had a guy in there. Well, Jack Ruby is, from what I understand from his early biography, he was born into pretty shitty circumstances. He is not from a wealthy family. I believe both his parents were immigrants, I'm sure, from Eastern Europe, moved to Chicago, and he grew up, I think I do know this, he had to take third grade twice, which not really, what are you failing in third grade?
Maybe bad alphabet? Behavior.
Oh, well, all right.
Maybe he got bullied.
I get that. So you got Jack Ruby. He's failing third grade twice. He drops out, I think, around ninth grade, and he starts. Believe he becomes a scalper and like a stolen watch salesman. Basically, like a little teenage fucking guy who's going around and doing some bad shit. he's not like a high level criminal. Doesn't seem anything like that. It does seem like he eventually, a little later in his life, also in Chicago, makes some pretty important connections. But beginning of his life, I mean, it's a little hard to tell exactly what he's involved in, on the day to day, but nothing very important. Eventually, he spent some time in World War II, I believe, in the South, and then I believe either before or right after World War II is in the Junk Handlers Union, which I think later becomes part of the Teamsters. But he eventually makes his way to Dallas and becomes manager / owner / bouncer of some nightclubs, and he beats the shit out of some people. I mean, we can get to some of his actual connections later, but I want to make it clear: Jack Ruby could lay a fucking ass whooping. Like there's stories about him beating up like a professional boxer. By the way, Jack Ruby, 5'9", not a big guy.
He's kind of built like a little bulldog.
Exactly,
like real, like dense.
Yeah,
dense, thick 2 C's.
I think he's described as like a Damon Runyon character.
Dummy thick, Jack Ruby.
I'm trying to sneak around, but I'm dummy thick.
He's described as something like a Damon Runyon character, I believe, during the Warren Commission, either in the Warren Commission or
bowling ball.
Yeah, exactly. And that does seem, he does have a sort of bulldog-esque personality.
Yeah.
But the business he's mixed up into, in nightclub business, that is a business where the mafia is very present, and Jack Ruby makes a lot of friends, sometimes friends in some pretty far-flung places.
Yeah, you mentioned the junk handlers thing, and this is a really important event because it's in 1939, actually, and Ruby gets arrested when the president of a local junk handlers union is murdered, and Ruby is the only other guy there. And Ruby was the secretary of the junk handlers union, and this leads to the Teamsters taking over, the mob takeover of the Teamsters pensions, the pension fund, which is used for all sorts of criminal mischief for a long time, and helps to consolidate organized crime as a more unified entity in the United States. So Robert Kennedy, he wrote his book about organized crime called The Enemy Within, and he actually identified the Dorfman takeover as the key moment in the mob takeover of the Teamsters pension fund, and that was that murder that Jack Ruby was the only real witness to. And it seems like he becomes an informant at that time as well, because there's records of him as an informant. And he's also involved with this Chicago murder of or this happens while Ruby is in Chicago. So he's part of the Chicago mob, but the connections between the unions and the mob. And there's a wire service that is important for gambling all across the U.S. The syndicate that runs gambling and is an important part of organized crime at this time. And so the guy who was running it was named James Reagan, and this gets attributed to the Jones Syndicate. And Ruby is friends with this Jones fellow. And following this, so the thing about the wire service is that because it involves gambling and because it's so widespread, it is a major source of sort of deep political corruption across the U.S. because people who the cops are persuaded at first to, hey, take a little bit of money, ignore this gambling. And the cops might think, well, this is just some gambling. This isn't a big thing. But once you've got people corrupt like that, then you can use that corruption to, protect all sorts of other rackets and other sort of criminal enterprises that you have going on. So this gambling business was sort of a way to get a foot in the door for organized crime in a lot of these places. And the wire service, is a key part of that. And Ruby was a figure in the takeover of the wire service in 1946, but also in the Teamsters, the mob takeover of the Teamsters fund, that happens earlier. So he's a person who is not very high level, but he's not a low level person either. He's kind of a fixer, and he is very much connected to the mob. And he moves to Dallas in 1947 at the same time that the Chicago mob takes over Dallas. And so it appears that he is getting some kind of Federal Bureau of Narcotics protection for these drug running operations that go through Dallas. Some of them would come through Mexico and then through Dallas and then to points in the east. And Ruby was known to be someone who would give an okay to that kind of activity. So there's a file from 1956 that says in some fashion, this narcotics trafficking figure involved in Mexican Texas East Coast, link, said that he got the okay to operate this route through Jack Ruby of Dallas, and that's from 1956. So he's a person who's connected to the protected drug traffic, among other things. And of course, he runs a sex club and is connected to, presumably the wire service and the gambling. And in 1959, FBI designated Ruby as a potential criminal informant, and they gave him like good or average ratings. In 1959, he also visits Louis McWillie in Havana, who is the manager of Lansky's Tropicana Casino. But despite all of this, the Warren Commission says that the evidence does not establish a significant link between Ruby and organized crime. So this becomes an important aspect that is obviously being covered up. And this is important in and of itself. Peter Dale Scott describes this as a negative template, meaning that something that is obviously of significance and yet it is being covered up in a blatant way, that this is a way to point to something important just by virtue of its absence in the report.
I was just going to throw in a little anecdote that Ruby used to flaunt his connections, his informant status, because I think one time at the Del Mar racetrack, I think it was, he was talking to H.L. Hunt, the Texas oil billionaire, and he was helping him bet on the Rose Bowl, and he took 40% of H.L. Hunt's winnings and basically told him that this was in return for him making sure that Hunt wouldn't face any legal problems. He was basically flaunting the fact that he could protect Hunt, who himself was an extremely powerful, wealthy guy, from any kind of pushback from the authorities for making a football bet.
That trip to Cuba in '59 that he took, that actually happened post-revolution, and Louis McWillie, I believe, was in prison at that time, along with Santos Traficante. They were released after a few weeks, I think, following QB. Wow, little portmanteau there. Following Ruby's visit to the island. So whether Ruby was maybe carrying some money for them, I don't know. But it is certainly, the timing of that is very it's suspicious, to say the least. And Jack Ruby also, you talk about he's running this kind of girly club. He really was running like a girly club. Like, he'd have the cops over there as well. And I believe that the Dallas chief of police estimated that he knew, something like a few dozen cops on the force, but I think the sheriff of Dallas was like, no, he knew all of those fucking guys. Lots of those guys went after there on like a long shift, or maybe to get a little money from him, or maybe to see some of the girls that worked for Ruby.
People from the Vice Squad specifically too. He had relationships inside the Dallas Police Department specifically, and this makes sense, given his status as an informant, but he had relationships specifically with the Vice Squad, who nominally would have been, cracking down on his clubs, and with the Narcotics Squad, who would have been cracking down on the drug trafficking that he was involved in. So his status as an informant, and obviously, when we talk about an informant, it's really a two-way relationship, right? That's the nexus between. It's not the case, you say informant, and it sounds like, oh, he's telling the FBI about all these crimes that are happening so that they can enforce the laws better. And that's not really the case, right? He's actually serving as this nexus between organized crime and the mechanism that is ostensibly charged with investigating it. So it's a two-way street there.
Well, also, the Cuba trips, he's getting in and out of Cuba like without the Cuban government knowing. And the only way that's happening is if he's like, getting some help from the big dogs. Like, he's, and he's going in and out of Cuba. It's a couple times, I believe, that they kind of record these trips happening. So he's doing much more. I think that there's the tendency sometimes, and, I don't know if we've done, work to clarify any of this. I hope we have, but it's difficult. Like, there's so many kind of concentric circles around the JFK assassination, Jack Ruby being kind of one of them, that there is a kind of a weird tendency to be like, oh, okay, well, there's all these sort of like vague connections that maybe mean something, but who could say? Because they all kind of, they all kind of link together, maybe a little bit, but like, no, there's like direct links with Ruby. Very, very direct links with organized crime, with the government as an informant, like you say, with the PD, and with Oswald himself.
Yeah, the way that they deal with his Cuba business is one of the glaring deficiencies of the Warren Commission. And some of the people that were working on it, some of the staff they were actually honest actors. In particular, two of the assistant counsels, Bert Griffin and Leon Hubert, they have a memo on March 20th, 1964 that says, the most promising links between Jack Ruby and the assassination of President Kennedy are established through underworld figures and anti-Castro Cubans and extreme right-wing Americans. Okay, because he also knew some of these people. Like he was friends with one of the guys and had met with him very shortly before those wanted for treason posters of President Kennedy were posted around Dallas. But these guys, Griffin and Hubert, they are frustrated by the lack of curiosity on the part of the Warren commissioners. And so they write another memo later titled Adequacy of the Ruby Investigation. And they write, we believe that a reasonable possibility exists that Ruby has maintained a close interest in Cuban affairs to the extent necessary to participate in gun sales or smuggling, because that becomes actually one of the things that emerges over time, that he was involved in gun running also. So as you say, it's funny that he knew all these Vice Squad guys because he was pretty much a purveyor of any kind of vice you can think of. I don't know of him trafficking in organs, but besides that, I mean, almost every sort of shady thing he's involved in. When he was in jail after being arrested for killing Oswald, he reportedly told a friend, they're going to find out about Cuba, they're going to find out about the guns, find out about New Orleans, find out about everything. And later, he's eventually given another trial because there was a problem with his confession that was like he hadn't been Mirandized or something to that effect. It almost seems like it was set up to get a mistrial later. And he makes statements to the effect that people put him in that position and that the world will never know what motivated him. And he also says that, who's responsible for this? And he says, well, it wouldn't be, it wouldn't have happened if Adlai Stevenson was vice president. He says something to that effect. And he says, look at the man in the White House. And so he's even trying to blame LBJ, which is likely just something that maybe somebody told him or who knows what. But so this is such a blind spot in the Warren Commission. And the tales about him running guns to Cuba were part of the early investigation, but the Warren Commission and even the House Select Committee didn't really go that much into it. And those two guys I mentioned, Griffin and Hubert, they said neither Oswald's Cuban interests in Dallas nor Ruby's Cuban activities have been adequately explored. So they were very much aware of this. And they said, we believe that the possibility exists based on evidence already available that Ruby was involved in illegal dealings with Cuban elements who might have had contact with Oswald. The existence of such dealings can only be surmised since the present investigation is not focused on that area. And they kept coming back to there being much evidence that Ruby was interested in Cuban matters, and they cite his relationship to Louis McWillie, his attempted sale of Jeeps to Castro, like this sort of like Jeeps for hostages sort of deal, or at least for a one hostage.
That whole little story. Can you tell that story? It's very odd.
Yeah, well, he tries to sell Jeeps to Castro, and he had been also present in meetings that were dealing with the sale of arms to Cubans and smuggling out of refugees in this whole time period after the revolution takes over. And and I'll come back to the Jeeps thing, but another thing that they mention as far as this evidence, they also point out how he corrected Henry Wade when Henry Wade said that Oswald was part of the Free Cuba Committee, if you recall. And then somebody in the background who looks like a reporter says, fair play for Cuba Committee. And it's actually Jack Ruby wearing sunglasses. So he's like incognito or something. And they write Yeah, it's perfect disguise. They write, we suggest that these matters cannot be left hanging in the air. They must either be explored further or a firm decision must be made not to do so, supported by stated reasons for the decision. Well, they're not going to get what they're asking for. They're not going to get an investigation, and they're not going to get any good explanation about it. And they also mention this episode with Seth Cantor, a journalist who I think we talked about him a little bit earlier. He was in the motorcade also and goes to the hospital at Parkland Hospital, and he sees Jack Ruby there, and he has a conversation with him. And so Griffin and Hubert know about this, and they say, we got to decide who's telling the truth, for there would be considerable significance if it would be concluded that Ruby is lying. But for some reason, they take Ruby's word for it, and he's not a person whose moral standing is such that you should take his word over a respected journalist, but that's what they do. Now, you mentioned how he was going back and forth in and out of Cuba. Apparently, he lies and says he's only been to Cuba once on vacation, but that was not true. The Cuban records show him going in and out, but then other records suggest that he had been in Dallas in between those times, and so he must have been getting in and out in another way, which is pretty fascinating. And this Jeeps for Hostages deal. So in early 1959, Ruby starts to make inquiries as a middleman about the possible sale to Cuba of like some old Army surplus Jeeps that are in Louisiana, Shreveport, Louisiana. And the deal is to potentially get the release of prisoners that are in a Cuban prison. And there are people who are witnesses to this. One, a gun runner from Texas, Robert McKeon, said that Ruby had a whole lot of Jeeps. He wanted to get to Castro, and he wanted McKeon to write a letter of introduction to Castro so that Ruby could talk to him about releasing some unnamed friends. Now, the key person here, or the most interesting one, is Santo Trafficante, who was held at Trescornia Detention Center in Cuba. And the question is, was Ruby the guy who got him out of there? Well, a person who's an English journalist named John Wilson Hudson had also supposedly been with Trafficante in that camp. And after the assassination, according to CIA cables, this fellow, John Wilson Hudson, this British journalist, said that, or he contacted the U.S. Embassy and reported that an American gangster called Santo was visited by an American gangster type named Ruby. And so it seems that there's some reason to believe that he had been there trying to help Trafficante, which makes sense because Trafficante was the person who I believe that he's connected to McWillie also. You know, McWillie runs Lansky's casino, but Trafficante seemed to be more the guy in Cuba of the syndicate. And so, you know, that's very significant that he would be there. Additionally, Trafficante was one of the people that we find out later, was involved in the CIA mafia assassination plots where Robert Mayhew recruited these guys to try to kill Castro, and it was Giancana and Trafficante, especially of the big bosses. So much links Ruby to Cuba, to organized crime, to gun running, and that it's the fact that the Warren Commission doesn't go into this is really points to the general lack of credibility that comes to be associated with their conclusions.
So in 1964, Ruby actually gets put on trial in Texas for the murder of Lee Harvey Oswald. One of the people that examines him rather famously was one Jolly West, who apparently used some hypnosis or something. He claimed to have done a rather thorough type of examination.
Will you mention that Jolly West's work on elephants, Grace?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he worked on a lot of stuff, but Jolly West, one of the, these MK Ultra guys, sort of made famous by the book Chaos by Tom O'Neill. My personal most, I don't know, I want to call it favorite, but the most sort of appalling story about Jolly West was he at one point injected like a ton of acid into an elephant. And then watched it die. And he would actually go to conventions and be like, "That's me, baby. I'm the elephant guy. Like, he would joke about it, and he would, he'd say that, we would hang out with hippies in San Francisco. They would be like really impressed by him because he was the guy who who really turned this fucking elephant on. I mean, he fucking killed the goddamn thing by injecting it with a goddamn chemical. The man is a psychopath. Anyways, he examined Jack Ruby. Long, illustrious career. I encourage you to read about him. But Ruby's whole defense was that he was suffering from some kind of epilepsy, that he was having these psychomotor seizures, and that part of the defense, he hired this like really extravagant lawyer from San Francisco. I don't know how to say extravagant. Let's say flamboyant lawyer from San Francisco. And they came up with this whole defense. I mean, they were trying to do not guilty and then not guilty by reason of insanity. And a lot of it hinged on that Jack Ruby might have shot the revolver into Lee Harvey Oswald while using his middle finger. The case doesn't make a lot of sense, and the guy gets convicted. He gets the death sentence. And then I believe it's overturned by an appeals court in Texas. That, however, does not stop Jack Ruby from dying, or rather from being executed for the murder of Lee Harvey Oswald, because he dies in prison just a couple of years later, and he dies of cancer, which people get cancer all the time.
Multiple cancers.
Yeah,
he had liver, brain, and lung cancer all at once.
Mm-hmm. And he dies of the sort of cancer that, the kind of cancer that you get maybe if you're the president of Venezuela, or maybe you stole Epstein's notebook. He dies of the kind of cancer that someone gives you. And in fact, I think he even talks about how they injected him with cancer close to his death, because the guy, I mean, it's not exactly, a paragon of health. He's not drinking fit tea every day. But the fact that he goes from just being like a normal guy in his, I think, 40s when he kills Lee Harvey Oswald to dying of cancer fairly soon after is pretty extraordinary.
Yeah, he did say that they were injecting him with cancer cells. And I think what actually kills him, if I remember correctly, was a pulmonary embolism. But he was already dying of cancer. And one of the medical examiners that did an autopsy on him said that the tumors were very strange, like a kind he'd never seen before. I think that when you talk about Chavez, I think that's one of the things that people said about Chavez was that this was a very aggressive and extremely unusual kind of cancer that killed him. So it's definitely within the realm of possibility that he was poisoned, and Fort Detrick, MK Ultra, all of these programs that they've had to create every sort of dark way of getting rid of people. You can imagine that Ruby would be a prime candidate for that, especially because he was actually talking about wanting to explain what led to him being put in that situation. I mean, he was identified on the day of the assassination. A woman went down and said, earlier that day, I had seen someone carrying some objects up what we think of as the grassy knoll, and she testified to this effect to the police, and they said, "Well, can you pick this person out of a lineup?" And so she does, and they turn the picture over, and it says Jack Ruby on the back, and so there's reason to think that he could have known, or the police could have known, that he was made at that point, because think about this, he's seen before the assassination. There's a witness who sees him carrying some objects up to the grassy knoll and some other people there off the back of a truck. And then after the president is assassinated, he goes to the hospital and just follows the motorcade there. And then I guess it's the next day, he's there correcting Henry Wade about Oswald's
just
Cuban
for the record.
Activities. Yeah, and it's also noteworthy that when I talked about his previous connections in Chicago to Paul Roland Jones, that syndicate, that in 1963, very shortly around November 12th, Ruby resumes contact with these guys from that old Mexican drug connection, link that he has. They contact Ruby after 10 years of not having been in contact with him on November 12th, 1963. So his actions around that time, I mean, and Robert Kennedy notices this, and he's, realizes that these people that he's talking to are the same people he's investigating in his mob crackdown activities. And so, I think that the Kennedys did go after the mob, and they had a sense that it was a much bigger problem than people like Hoover wanted to realize. But even he probably underestimated the extent to which it had become intertwined with the security services and with the legitimate power structure in the United States. And Ruby just seems like a guy who is very much in that milieu of not just illegal things, but the systematic corruption of political institutions and law enforcement institutions.
Yeah, I guess one other thing to say about that possibility as well. Like we mentioned, the idea that perhaps Oswald had been not necessarily lured, but that there was some sort of protocol for him to meet somebody at this theater, and that that might have been a plan to kill him there, which didn't work out. So the possibility that Ruby was, as you mentioned, Aaron, made, and so it becomes, okay, who can we, casting about, who can we get to sort of throw into the mix here? And Ruby becomes, because Oswald is he's been a useful person as a asset to various different groups. But Ruby is like a sort of a player in a lot of ways, right? It doesn't seem like he's somebody that you would just throw away, given the fact that he seems to be a pretty high level narcotics person in Dallas. He's got these connections to, he's a pimp. That's the most apt word to describe what he does with respect to his clubs. So it doesn't seem like he's somebody that you would just sort of throw away if it was sort of a planned thing to have Oswald killed by him. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But the idea, Aaron, that you raised, the idea that he was made and perhaps stupidly allowed himself to be made by showing up and putting on a silly disguise and being at Parkland Hospital. Probably he should not have been there. But the idea that that's what happened. There's a very low tolerance for failure in these kinds of things. The CIA in particular has a very low tolerance for failure, and if you're an asset, you tend to get clapped by your own bosses. I think that's a phenomenon that we have discussed many times before in this case.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if we've mentioned this before too, but Jack Ruby's official explanation for why he shot Lee Harvey Oswald is extraordinary. He claimed that he shot Oswald to prevent poor Jackie Kennedy from having to return to Dallas he's trying to do, there's a lot of talk about trauma these days, and, a lot of people deal with that in various ways. And what Jack Ruby was trying to do, misguided as it was prevent Jackie Kennedy from having any kind of trauma related to a trial. So he shot Lee Harvey Oswald in the stomach. Now, it's weird that he did that because Jack Ruby had never voted for JFK. In fact, I don't think he'd ever voted before in his life. He wasn't known as which, it's okay. Maybe you don't vote for the guy, but you're like, hey, I love this fucking Camelot shit. Like, oh, he's hanging out with Marilyn Monroe, those bazoongas. But it is certainly it's a hella random thing to do. And it's in fact one of the least plausible, most bullshit excuses I've ever heard in my life is to spare Jackie Kennedy the trauma of having to come back. It's such a
good like mob guy thing to say though. Like, I was doing it for the lady. It's like it's so good.
Yeah.
He's the pimp with a heart of gold, right?
Exactly.
That's not how the trope is supposed to go, but in his case, maybe.
Yeah. Exactly. This is a man who sold women's bodies for a living.
Yeah, totally.
But maybe he just really liked pillbox hats.
He was more of a Jackie than a Marilyn. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Classic. Well, we got two dead lone nuts.
Mm-hmm. And we have, to quote Gerald Posner, a case that is fucking closed. That's it. And that's the funny thing about the Warren Commission is that their work is pretty much done for them. To get back to the commission a little bit, you got the guy who kills the president, and then bam, a few days later, he's killed himself. And there's really, like you were saying earlier, there's no trial to be had. We're trying to convince people sort of in the court of public opinion here. And they work on the Warren Commission for about a year. They put out this voluminous, just cavalcade, however you pronounce it. There's a lot of fucking text there. And at the same time, Dulles is meeting with his guys at the CIA this entire time and feeding them information about what's happening at the commission. And he's monitoring very closely the foreign press because while much of the American press, obviously, the CIA has rather tight control over much of it. And of course, much of the foreign press as well. There is still some fairly critical foreign press who are probably, reacting to this and covering this as anybody would react to or cover a political assassination in most countries, which is where you look for the culprit. And when you look for the culprit, you look at where the power centers are. And so Dulles was very aware of any sort of dissent from the official narrative here, and is getting books and newspapers flown into him via the CIA, which, by the way, he no longer still works for, to essentially monitor foreign journalists and any kind of dissent. And this is, of course, where some of the first dissent of the Warren Commission comes from, with Mark Lane.
Mark Lane actually wanted to represent Oswald, and his mother, Marguerite, had said, that would be that she was in favor of that, but they did not let him. They did not let him have any actual counsel representing him, even in the grave. There was to be no Oswald defense put forward by anyone. So Lane becomes maybe the most high profile of the early critics. You also have Josiah Thompson, Tink Thompson, right? He wrote 6 Seconds in Dallas, I believe, was his first book. And that he's a guy who laid out a lot of how, it couldn't have happened the way that we were told. And yet he always kind of declined to say much about the implications of his own research. He's an odd character in that way. And Harold Weisberg wrote some early work, and just different people come out as critics of the Warren Commission. One of them is shortly after the report is released. So the report's released in 1964, and the press says, well, a bit like what Gerald Posner says later, case closed. It's 26 volumes. I mean, if it's got 26 volumes, it must be, how could you argue with that? Mm-hmm. How could you argue with such a giant, set of texts? I mean, it's just like argument by volume, I guess. The
Hobbit's really long, so all dragons are fucking bad. Not true. Dragons rock and gold is cool. Why wouldn't he want it?
Well, it also ensures that no one's going to read it. I mean, that's a huge part of it too. I mean, yeah. Ben brought up the similarities with 9/11, but it's the same thing with the 9/11 Commission report. I mean, no one's actually reading that stuff, and it almost we're all raising our hand here because we have, but I mean, the whole point is that it's so long and clearly looks like due diligence that only someone who could be a contrarian or is a total nut job would want to go searching through that, because obviously they've done their work and it's all right there in 26 volumes. You know what I mean? So much of the work that the Warren Commission was set out to do is literally just in presenting that, I mean, the object of the Warren Commission, the actual physical volumes, does so much work preventing people from even questioning any of it,
And in a way, the way that it functions as a cover-up is extremely useful because there's nothing interesting in it.
Right.
Because the whole story is already wrapped up, as Brace said, right? The Oswald did it, and then he was killed by Ruby, and now you know everything. You already know the whole story, and all that the Warren Commission does is basically try to explain away all of the bizarre stuff that we've described, all of Ruby's connections to organized crime, all of Ruby's connections to Cuba, just to speak on Ruby in particular. But we also talked about de Mohrenschildt and all of those weird connections. And the Warren Commission essentially just explains all of that stuff away and says it doesn't matter, it's not significant. So if you just take it at face value and you were to just read it, it would be a whole bunch of nothing, right? I mean, that's the whole purpose of the report. So there is nothing there is seemingly nothing juicy in it that you would even want to go and find. Like, why would any person want to go and do this? It confirms what they already know. Unless you were, a researcher, or you had a hunch, there would be no reason to even go and look at it in the first place, which is very similar to the 9/11 Commission report in that respect, right? You already know the story that the 9/11 Commission report tells. You wouldn't be interested to go and read that unless you had some kind of hunch that they were lying or something like that. So it functions very, very well. It's just that argument by volume,
Right.
like who's going to go through this? Who's going to churn through all these pages that say nothing happened?
Alan Dulles himself actually said afterwards that, in response to maybe somebody else on the Warren Commission suggesting that there were unresolved issues that, in the report, he said, don't worry about it. Nobody reads these days anyway, which ended up being sort of true. But then other people did go through it. And eventually, I think Sylvia Marr was the woman's name, and she made an index for it of like all 26 volumes, which before there were word processors, that must have taken a really, really, really long time and been really tedious. But that made it easier for people to search stuff up. And there are strange things in it where they talk about how Oswald in the Marines, for some reason, takes a language test, in Russian, and he gets like a 50% on it. But it's like, he shouldn't have been able to get a 50% on it. So Garrison questioned that, and these other connections that emerged later, and people who claim to have their testimony changed, and a whole lot of other problems that are there in those 26 volumes, which I have never read. And God willing, I never will read the whole 26 volumes of it. It would be really tedious. But the one thing that should be mentioned is that the commissioners, so the most active three people were McCloy, Dulles by far, and then McCloy and Gerald Ford. Yeah. And Gerald Ford infamously, the actual draft came out after Oliver Stone's movie because of the JFK Records Act. And you can see on the document, this draft, exactly how it was changed by Gerald Ford. So he just essentially, it said that the president was shot in the back, around the shoulder blade. And he just marks it out and moves it to show the bullet hitting him in the back of the neck. Okay, which does not match what the autopsy, what the death certificate says. It doesn't match the president's shirt or his jacket, but it does sort of allow the magic bullet theory to almost, be possible in a way, because really that first part of the fact that he gets hit in the back, below the shoulder blade, and the bullet exits out above his necktie, that alone seems impossible from the 6th floor. So this is a key part. And one commissioner, Russell, really disagreed with this part. He wanted to have his objections in the record, and Alan Dulles tricked him into believing that he was having a meeting where this record would be put into the report, but the stenographer was just fake and didn't take a record of the meeting, and so that's the way he diffused that situation. So it never even got put in the report. So while Ruby is waiting for his second trial, there's one journalist in the U.S. who is able to talk to Ruby, one and only one, and her name is Dorothy Kilgallen, and she was more famous as a gossip columnist. So she had this deal where she would, with people in Hollywood, if she could write good things about you or she could write some bad things about you, and if you gave her 3 pieces of dirt on some celebrities, she would actually write a good article for this celebrity or an agent's clients, another celebrity, right? Mm-hmm. So this was part of her shtick, but she was, a witty person, a smart writer, and she had met Jack Kennedy shortly before he had been assassinated, and he was kind and friendly to Dorothy and her son, and so she became very interested in this case and wanted to try to get to the bottom of it. So somehow she is able to get an audience with Ruby, and Ruby is very cooperative with her and is more open with her than he had been with anybody else up to that point. And so this sets her on a on this course to try to break this case. And she starts to talk to other people about this. And she makes a trip to New Orleans, and she's acting pretty secretively, but she's meeting with more people, and she's compiling this big folder of the things that she'd found out. And she was saying, I'm going to blow this case wide open. This is the case of the century, really. And we've got to get to the bottom of this. And so she was the person who actually obtained the transcript of Ruby's testimony. And this actually shocked people because of how the questioning comes across. I mean, if you read it, Warren seems so disinterested in Ruby, who is Oswald, if he was the most important prisoner in U.S. history, Ruby has to take that role also in terms of like what he would potentially know.
Certainly the most important prisoner at the moment.
Right. And Warren is just so disinterested in trying to, Ruby says these things that are so pregnant with implication or are not even implying anything, that are pretty explosive. And then Warren just kind of moves on, and which must have been terrifying to Ruby, because he has you sense that he is quite panicked anyway. And so the indifference of Warren must make him think like, oh my God, the fix really is in, if they can get the Chief Justice of the United States to be interested in covering this up. So Dorothy Kilgallen, in 1965, in November of 1965, her life has been threatened. She tells a friend, and all these things are happening to her that are very strange in terms of like people who are sort of seem to be following her outside her house. And she has this acquaintance that she's met who's kind of a playboy named Bo Pataki. And he is suspected by many to have been involved with what happens to her eventually. But what does happen is that she is found dead in her room on an overdose of barbiturates, sitting up as though she had been reading, but wearing clothes like that weren't bed clothes. And it's a very strange and suspicious scene. And her notebook that had all of the notes on the Ruby case disappeared, and that's never found ever. Her ex-husband believed that she had been murdered. There's eventually a coroner or a medical examiner who is able to analyze some tissue samples from her and found that she had three different like barbiturates in her system that contributed to her death. And only one of them was something that she actually had been prescribed. And so there's a lot of reason to believe that she had just been killed, that she essentially knew too much and was killed for that very reason.
And she had investigated Marilyn Monroe's death and had speculated that Marilyn Monroe had been murdered. Like that was where she got sort of came to a lot of attention. And when you think about the way that she functioned as a like reading about her, I really got the sense of her being almost a sort of private intelligence agency of one, because her role as a gossip columnist, the way that she's collecting information about these celebrities. And when you think about, we haven't touched on the possibilities of JFK and RFK being sexually blackmailed by Hoover and other people in that circle. But supposedly both of them, RFK and JFK, had a relationship with Monroe. So she was sort of at this point where she was getting this information about these celebrities, and it intersected with JFK. And it's that the fact that she was privy to that angle of it makes a lot of sense. And she also was very publicly calling bullshit. Like she, I think in 65, she was talking in Life magazine about how the famous Oswald photograph that we talked about, where he's holding the rifle and these magazines, right? That was a fake. She was talking about that in the press, which was a part of the Warren Commission. So I mean, she very clearly put a target on her back, and it seems to me that she was suicided among many other people who were suicided in this whole case.
Yeah, certainly not the first nor the last person who died in depressed circumstances, you could say, at very opportune times from people you might view as their opponents, involved in the JFK case.
And it's like another example, just sorry to tag on, of, the way that, because just to talk about how people are suicided, just very briefly, an aside here, which is what happened to Kilgallen, I think, is that she's hounded by people, right? She has all these bizarre things that happen to her. You mentioned, Bo Pataki, like that, her relationship with Bo Pataki was secret. She didn't talk to people about it. And she's sitting down, I think at a recording of What's My Line, this show, and somebody shouts that name over the PA system, while they're about to record the show. It's like
scare tactic.
Exactly. Like, who knew about that, and why would they do that? So all of this stuff is happening to her, just like it happened to George de Mohrenschildt, right? Like he feels like he's being hounded. He feels like he's being persecuted, and it can drive you nuts. It can drive you to this state of being depressed. So, it seems very plausible, therefore, right, in this situation, right, that she, if you don't understand the way that she's being targeted, if you don't understand the way that she's being persecuted, it seems like she's got some sort of complex, that she's paranoid. Yeah. And then it's logical. Oh, well, she killed herself because, she just couldn't take whatever, she couldn't take the heat or whatever it was. So whether she was actually assassinated or not, the cover story becomes much more plausible in light of the fact that she was being hounded in this way that she was.
As an aside to this story, Ron Pataki, aka Bo Pataki, he got his PhD in Christian counseling from Trinity Theological Seminary in Newburgh, Indiana. This little tiny shack almost that I used to ride my bike past as a little kid, right next to my neighborhood. That for some reason that just blows my mind. But I guess that's not super important, but it's very funny to me.
Well, it's a little personal connection to it. So we got a couple of people connected to it dead already, not including the two main people. Well, three main people connected to it, dead. We got obviously JFK, we got Lee Harvey Oswald, and then a few years later we have Jack Ruby. We got the Warren Commission report out, and it is supposed to be the final word on the matter. What seems to me, and from having read some of the contemporary press at the time, is that I think people can see, just like a lot of people can see with 9/11 stuff too, is that this is an absurd story on the face of it. The dual nut theory makes less sense than any kind of conspiracy, no matter if it's a communist conspiracy or a deep state conspiracy or what have you. It just seems absurd that this would all be tied up so neatly and so pat by so many people who have such vested interest in doing precisely that. And we will get to a lot of the reaction to this and sort of what has happened after the Warren Commission came out, after the years start to roll by and people start to really investigate this stuff in our next episode.
All right, ladies and germs.
Wow, what a great hour and a half that we just finished recording. We're now recording this several hours later.
I mean, everyone already knows. First of all, we've already explained it like multiple times. In fact, I think that every time we've gone back to record these intros, we've explained what we're doing.
I know.
As if it's like a new funny thing. They already know. You know what? I'm going to tell you. We're about to record. Listen to this. Lovely listener, my little gumshoe.
Don't listen to her.
Close and near and dear to my heart.
Hit the mute.
We're going to do another intro after this outro we're doing right now, and I guarantee you we're going to do the same bit.
Oh, yeah.
Where we're going to say, oh, we just started recording, ha, ha, ha. It's going to be the same fucking thing. And you know why? Because we're consistent.
Yeah. You know what? Like, people say, like, wetting your bed when you're older is like a serial killer thing, but like that's not, it's a physical thing. How can that be like related to your mental state?
What did you fucking talk about?
Sorry, I'm on the call right now. Hey, so that's the end of the episode. My name is Brace Belden.
My God. I'm Liz.
And the person who provides both my plastic sheets and the production for this show is Young Chomsky. The podcast is Trueanon.
We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Why don't we make the whole president out of the black box? What do they do? What do they think of that? What's the deal? What's the
That's so stupid. It was very funny.
What's the deal with that? The quickest cold open in human history.
They call him 30-second. What do they call you?
Oh, dude! Don't. First of all, she just called me that, and that was from when I was super young. And no, that was like it's hyperbolic.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, everyone, except for one person who called me that stupid bullshit.
My name is Liz.
My name, you already know, is Brace, because I say it every episode. We have producer Young Chopsy with us.
Welcome, everyone. Trueanon, the last episode, the last and final installment.
We are going to kill ourselves right after we finish this. This is the last episode of Trueanon. We are recording this from my Chevrolet. The garage door is closed. Key is in. Turn the engine over. This is it.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. But it is true. The rumors are true. This is the final installment. If you're all still listening to the series, thank you so much. We had a real blast doing it. But before I get into all that sappy, sad stuff, listen to the episode.
Welcome to Faxylvania.
What?
Faxylvania.
Like facts?
Faxylvania. Yeah, does it not come through with the accent? Let me try. Welcome to Faxylvania. I have to enunciate it more. No? Doesn't work? I'm going to try it the third time.
More so than like thinking of like, it just reminds me of like, I want to say facts of life rather than Transylvania.
Well, we have with us here Factula, a.k.a. independent researcher, Ben, and I didn't, all right, who's the other, Factenstein. We have with us Factenstein, a.k.a. Aaron Good, a scholar who earned his PhD writing about U.S. hegemony, elite criminality, and the deep state, his dissertation being published soon by Skyhorse Publishing. The link will be in the, I want to say bio, but it's the description of the podcast, not the biography. And we also have a werewolf here, but the mic's off. We have been talking. This is our 39th hour of recording about the JFK deep event. And we have covered everything from what we got. Lee Harvey Oswald, we got JFK's foreign policy, we got the mafia, we got the CIA, we have big business, we got Lee Harvey Oswald doing some kooky, creepy stuff, we got Jack Ruby, we got the Warren Commission, bam, all that's behind us. But the public still doesn't believe the official story. And the thing is, Warren Commission may have acted like it had the first, well, it did have the first and last word on the JFK assassination, but it certainly was not the actual last word. I phrased that so awkwardly that if you can understand what I just said right then you're too smart to be listening to this podcast. What I'm saying here is it ain't over. And there were quite a few other people who, much like I'm sure you and definitely your parents and maybe your grandparents, have their third eye. And actually, to be fair, you don't even need the third eye for this one. Just either literally you can use one eye open for this. And we're suspicious of the official narrative. And so we talked about Kilgallen to round out the last episode, and I think that kind of set us on a good course for what we're going to be talking about in this final installment, and that is critics of the official narrative and sort of the aftermath of the Warren Commission in the years that rolled past. Because while Kilgallen might have been one of the first people to be taken out, for questioning the narrative, for getting too close to the truth, she was certainly not the only person either taken out or smeared or to question it. And so that's a little what we're going to get into today.
Well, I think we should probably start, when we're talking about critics, we should probably start with a man named Jim Garrison, as he went by. He's become kind of infamous because of Oliver Stone's documentary, or not documentary, Oliver Stone's movie, kind of like a documentary, JFK, which takes a lot of it is based off of Jim Garrison's book, I believe, On the Trail of the Assassins. But Garrison was basically the first to bring the case, like a case against who he believed was one of the conspirators, and kind of put the Kennedy assassination on trial. He was the New Orleans DA at the time, right?
Right. He was, and he had actually been involved with the case pretty soon after it happened because of strange events in New Orleans. And on the day that Kennedy is killed, you have David Ferry, whose maneuvers on the 22nd of November are very strange. And you also have the incident depicted in Oliver Stone's JFK where Guy Bannister is very drunk and he goes back to his private detective office and he pistol whips Jack Martin and accuses him of going through his files. And Jack Martin says something about to the effect of like, you're going to kill me like you killed Kennedy or something like that, or it makes a reference to the Kennedy assassination. And this is, Bannister's infuriated. He's a drunk and a hard right winger and, kind of a nut in his own right. And so he puts Martin in the hospital, and Martin starts talking to people about some of the things that he had seen going on at Guy Bannister's office, including that Oswald, had been there. He eventually reveals that later to Garrison, but that one of the things he tells the FBI pretty early is that he thought that Ferry had somehow hypnotized Oswald at some point, and so he says these things that are not totally reliable, but it actually gets it starts people looking into New Orleans, and so they investigate. The Warren Commission even investigates some of the people, and the FBI investigates the events around New Orleans. And then a couple of years, around that time, Garrison talks to David Ferry himself, and Ferry has this very strange story about going to a roller skating rink or going goose hunting first, and then he changes it to going to an ice skating rink. And he had to have driven through like a pouring rain to do this, and so it didn't really make any sense, but then the FBI just sort of told Garrison not to worry about it, and Garrison just assumed that the FBI would take care of whatever there was, and nothing else came of it. So he put it out of his mind for a while, and eventually he talks to Senator Russell Long, right, of Louisiana, who is, I believe that he's a senator at the time, and he's the son of Huey Long. And he tells him about his doubts about the Warren Commission and how it's all just some sort of fable. That's also depicted in JFK. And this gets Garrison looking more into the New Orleans milieu that Oswald was a part of. And he uncovers a whole lot of interesting connections with Oswald that don't make much sense according to the Oswald lone nut conclusion of the Warren Commission.
So even from the beginning, Garrison's office was pretty thoroughly penetrated by intelligence agencies.
So around New Orleans, his first suspect was actually Ferry. He would have wanted to talk to Bannister, one of the things he discovers early on by looking at the Warren Commission volumes and studying them, I mean, this is what really convinces him that there is more going on in this case, is he actually reads those 26 long and tedious volumes that we had been talking about, which I think I respect that, because I hate reading things that are boring, and but that's like almost superhuman to read that. And he did, and he noticed some strange things about New Orleans. David Ferry was his initial suspect because of what had happened in the past on the day of the assassination and around the time of the assassination. And he also uncovers something very strange about Oswald's Fair Play for Cuba activities that were very spectacular from a spectacle point of view, but not at all, making any sense from a political organizing point of view. This guy comes from Dallas, leaves his pregnant wife, and just discredits the Fair Play Committee, Fair Play for Cuba Committee. And he's passing out pamphlets, and we already talked about this a little bit, that he gets into this confrontation, and it leads to this debate on the radio where it's revealed that he was a Marxist, and so he sort of taints the Fair Play for Cuba Committee with communism and Soviet influence. And on one of the pamphlets that he had been handing out, he had the address of 44 Camp Street, which was really the same building as 531 Lafayette Street, which is where Guy Bannister worked, and where things like mongoose operations had been staged out of before they were shut down. He was a member of the Caribbean Anti-Communist League. He was part of the super right-wing Minutemen. He was a hardcore segregationist who hated Kennedy for civil rights. I mean, this is a guy who would have no use for a former Soviet defector communist working with him. And so Garrison sees this rightly as being very suspicious. Why is he working here? Additionally, there's an episode in the Warren Commission report where this lawyer named Dean Andrews, who's basically a pretty low-level lawyer who helps get people off on sex charges and things like that. He's played by John Candy in Oliver Stone's JFK. And he recalls Oswald being there and bringing in a few Cubans to help with immigration issues or maybe some sex charges that they'd been dealing with. And he strikes up a conversation about, hey, I have a discharge and I would like to get it changed to an honorable discharge instead of what had maybe been a medical hardship discharge. And how would I go about doing that?
Yeah, it was.
And so he, has some conversations with Dean Andrews about this. And it's also strange because he's just an ex-Marine, supposedly there to do some strange political things, but he appears to have been charged with bringing these Cubans to help get them some legal support. And these are, of course, likely to be anti-Castro Cubans and such. And so he's being used as some sort of gopher, in some way. And he's working out of Bannister's office and, talking to this lawyer and running errands for somebody who knows who. Well, when Oswald gets arrested and is being held in jail, Dean Andrews gets a call from someone he identifies as Clem Bertrand, and it's not explained in the Warren Commission volumes who that is, but this person is saying, hey, could you represent Oswald? He's going to need some legal representation. And this guy's the last person that would ever be representing someone in a big case like this. It's very strange that this person, this Clem Bertrand person, would call Dean Andrews of all people. And it's odd that he would take a personal interest in Oswald, but Dean Andrews has the understanding that it was Bertrand who had sent Oswald to his office previously to run these errands, involving these Cubans and their legal problems. So he starts to try to figure out who this guy is. And we know later that the FBI had already figured out as early as, in the immediate aftermath of the assassination, that it was actually this fellow named Clay Shaw, who was former OSS, and the head of the Dallas, the World Trade Mart, which is sort of a big Rockefeller and other sort of international globalist run entity, just like it sounds. I mean, World Trade Mart, international trade, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
And so his misadventures with Ferry. I mean, Ferry is, once it becomes known that the case, that he's looking into the case, then it brings a lot of media attention. Ferry, who had been talking with them and giving them some useful information, as is depicted by, Joe Pesci sort of losing his mind there at the end before he dies. Ferry becomes very panicked, but he also starts talking more about, some of these things that are going on with the events that led up to the assassination. And Ferry dies under very strange circumstances. Perhaps he committed suicide, or there were suicide notes there, but he seems to have had an aneurysm. And then there's other issues with the autopsy that suggest perhaps he had been force-fed some sort of medication that would have killed him. And that's speculated about in Oliver Stone's JFK, that's what happened. And other people think that it's possible that Ferry was killed. I think the last guy that we know to have seen him was George Lardner, who was there until like almost 3 a.m. talking to him. And he's a national security guy, reporter for the Washington Post. And he's the same guy, as I recall, who when Oliver Stone's movie came out, he had somehow procured a script of the movie before it had even started filming. And then the Washington Post starts attacking Oliver Stone's movie. For the first time probably in film history, a movie is getting panned before it's even started filming. And this was the last guy to see Ferry alive, as I recall. So Ferry's death sets Garrison back, but the other lead is with this Bertrand fellow. And he eventually, as I said, concludes that it's Clay Shaw because a number of people tell him that. And eventually Dean Andrews admits as much to Harold Weisberg that it was, in fact, Clay Shaw.
Right.
And Clay Shaw is a guy that would not have had much reason to hang out with Oswald again, like Oswald, how he hangs out with George de Mohrenschildt, which is very strange. And here this Clay Shaw guy is with him. And later they are seen, Ferry and Shaw, or not later, but when they were in New Orleans, there's a scene in Clinton, Louisiana and Jackson, Louisiana, where a number of witnesses saw them together. And they would have really stuck out because Ferry was a very weird looking dude. Probably even weirder than the movie, if that's possible, because he wore this red wig and he would paint on eyebrows and was just a really strange looking guy. And they were...
I will say, Pesci as Dave Ferry is one of the greatest cinematic feats in human history. I mean, I'm telling you.
Great casting move.
If you have not seen JFK, first of all, it's a fantastic movie, but Pesci steals the show in it. I mean, he is incredible. And there's a lot of pretty sterling performances in that, but I got to say Pesci is well, I'll just make the gesture, which is my thumb attached to my my forefinger, my middle finger.
It always seems so strange that Ferry would be so flamboyant in his costuming, we'll say, when you're doing so many, kind of like gopher runs for clandestine activities. Seems like, it's like wearing a big outfit that's like, hey, look at me. You know what I mean?
That really is to what happened too, because there's so many witnesses. He's very identifiable when you read the reports. It's like, oh yeah, guy with painted on eyebrows and a red wig, wearing like these big suits and like very very extravagant clothing. Like it's if he was not that obvious, right? If he was just wearing a dark suit and like had there's so much of the case that Garrison made would not have been able to. He wouldn't have been able to make it. Actually,
yeah.
I just want Clay Shaw also, maybe we'll get into this in just a minute, but because it was denied that for a long time that Clay Shaw had any CIA connections of any kind.
Yes.
Anytime there's a Gladio connection, I want to make that connection because he sat on the board of a similar group to the World Trade Mart in New Orleans called Permindex, which was in Switzerland. It was actually a similar type of organization to the World Trade Mart. And another group called the Centro Mundo Comercial. And these seem to me to have been Gladio fronts. They were associated with the J.H. Schroeder Bank, which we mentioned was a sort of Nazi bank. I think Jim DiEugenio talks about this in one of his books. I can't remember which one, but he talks about this angle. And it's very interesting to me to see Shaw having been involved in that and then to come over to the U.S. and just complete denial, and they totally sheep-dipped him and made it seem like he had no association with the CIA at all. Maybe they acknowledged a little bit, he maybe had informed them a few times. He's an international businessman, so he's got useful information. So we debriefed him a couple times.
We interviewed him, when he gets back.
Right, exactly. But the extent of his involvement with the CIA, which involves possibly they procured a lawyer for him and other things like this. It's when you start to see those connections, which have come out since the Garrison trial, which Garrison didn't really know about at the time, although he did try to go after him for perjury for some things he said. But it's just interesting to see the extent to which the CIA was intent on not allowing those connections to become known to Garrison.
I mean, in the middle of this, they also really start trying to sabotage his investigation. I mean, like all different ways, including and this kind of, they do this also throughout the rest of his career, post-trial. And then, as we'll probably get into, even with JFK, with Oliver Stone's movie, JFK, the media hit job they do on this guy is pretty incredible. In the middle of the trial, they're throwing all these things at him and basically forcing him to go to trial before he's ready. Which seems to really, because I don't know how you guys feel, but I think that his case against Shaw was really difficult, to really, really prove. And, it's already going to be a hostile court anyway. And a lot of that seemed to be because of a lot of the moves that the state made to kind of force him to the table too early. And, obviously the witness tampering and all the rest. But also just the kind of the hit job that then he personally gets. There's people that accuse him of being mobbed up. There's people that accuse him of being, they call, all sorts of media hit jobs throughout his career. Just really, really throw in whatever they had at him to discredit the whole thing.
Yeah, they do a whole special on NBC, I believe, that's run by Walter Sheridan, who was an associate of Bobby Kennedy previously. And he's a really controversial figure because David Talbot says that he was going to be part of an investigation if Robert Kennedy became president. But then other people see him as a real villain. He was connected to the NSA and Angleton on some level. And so I have no idea what to make of Walter Sheridan, but he had a half-hour sort of hatchet job on Garrison. And because of the fairness doctrine, Garrison was allowed to go on and speak for a half an hour. And
oh my gosh, remember the fairness doctrine?
Yeah, which was problematic in a way, and yet much better than not having it, from what I can tell. And he also, there's this strange interview with Johnny Carson. I don't know if you've ever seen this, but it's Johnny Carson interviewing him, and it's a different Johnny Carson than you've ever seen. He's this talk show host. He's supposed to be this raconteur who's can have a good rapport with anyone. Yeah. But he is speaking to Garrison Johnny Carson is the prosecutor, and he's got these note cards, and he's been coached up. I mean, he's been told look, Johnny, you got this nice house, this nice gig. Now it's time to call in some favors, because there's no way that he did that of his own accord. And, it was quite, pretty much slanderous in a way, or a strange, sort of ambush setting for somebody like Jim Garrison. But he was able to reach people when he had his own half an hour show. He won some people over. And then his Playboy interview, he had this interview in Playboy magazine where he comes off pretty well.
Do you know about that?
Yeah, I actually got the Playboy on eBay, so I've got a copy of it somewhere around here, and it's this weird archive.
Oh no! I swear, it's just for the Jim Garrison interview.
I mean, these days there's a lot of easier ways to get images of naked women than the 1960s Playboy they had I think there's a classic Malcolm X interview in Playboy too, so. You gotta give credit where credit is due. But what you are saying about Clay Shaw and how it's sort of a drip over the years of things that come out, I think that the first more definitive evidence that Shaw had been with the CIA was in Victor Marchetti's book, The Cult of Intelligence, because he had been the assistant to Richard Helms, and he reported how in meetings they would talk about, hey, are we giving Shaw enough support? So they were actually paying for Shaw's lawyers. They were really worried he was going to get convicted. And then later it emerges, I think this is a result of the JFK Records Act, that he was a paid CIA agent and had been given clearance for QK Enchant, which, as I understand it, was a position that would allow him to vet or recruit people to become CIA agents themselves. So he was an OSS guy and then traveled around the world, would get debriefed by the CIA when he came back. And he lied and said that he had never been part of the CIA. And Garrison was going to go after him for perjury. And in a very after this, and in a very strange and kind of very shady move, a court sort of intervenes and doesn't allow Garrison to do this. And this is already when Garrison had been denied access to people that he'd subpoenaed. They just weren't going to honor his subpoenas for different people. He wanted to subpoena Alan Dulles, for example. Right. And he said that had never happened to him before, like to have a murder case, and then to have all these states just say, no, we're not going to let you subpoena these people. So there was a whole lot that was going against him there. And other people, Jim DiEugenio is like probably the expert on the Garrison case, and he points to other people who had infiltrated his office to work as volunteers, and they were just stealing, briefcases full of documents. Some of them we can only, sort of that are very tantalizing. One supposedly where a job application for Lee Harvey Oswald lists Jack Ruby as a reference, but that document has never surfaced. But that seemed to be part of Garrison's files. He was too trusting, I think, of too many people. And when he started to look into it, he didn't think, Ferry, this Dean Andrews business, this must be the CIA. He just thought there was something very wrong with the story. And it's only as he goes along that he realizes what has happened. He's also one of the first guys to postulate that Kennedy was getting out of Vietnam, and that may have had some role in his demise. So he's a guy that I think has been vindicated in many ways. I mean, Shaw did perjure himself. We know that now. And even if he didn't have a big role in the plot, just his knowledge that Oswald was acting as a government agent in New Orleans would have been very damning. And so, I do think that Garrison has been in most senses vindicated, and yet that will not be acknowledged by the governing media because it's just too damning.
They still go after him, and now the angle is that he was homophobic because Shaw and Ferry were gay, and they allege that he had that angle, that was what motivated his dogged pursuit of these two guys, that it was just based on his homophobia of some kind. It's just it still continues to this day, the idea that Garrison was misguided, and I think, like you say, Aaron, I think he did have some pretty serious faults. I mean, he was clearly too trusting of having these volunteers walking around. But how was he to know that that the CIA had a role in this, and that only became clear to him much later. I especially if people should check out that Destiny Betrayed book that has a lot of stuff about the Garrison investigation in it, by Jim DiEugenio. I think that's got I think Jim DiEugenio makes a great case for Garrison's vindication, in my opinion.
I think too, Garrison, I mean, I don't know, this is my sense of him, is that I think the too trusting thing comes from the fact that he's a DA. He is like a career patriot. He was he was in the military, I believe. And I mean, so he's not I think there was this impression with people who are not familiar with the case, or maybe, prior to seeing the movie, or they've just heard of things in passing, that if someone's looking into JFK, or they're trying to bring a case out in court, they must be a crank, they must be a, conspiracy theorist. They must have already had all these ideas that they had already, they were looking for evidence to prove a claim that they already had. Whereas if you read through the Garrison documents, if you read through, the history of the case, it's really clear that, he really does, investigate, and then it goes to where it goes, and it starts to drive him a little crazy, I think. But he was never, I think that's the thing, is he was well, I'm just looking into how, this is the most important thing ever. The president was killed. We have to figure out who did this. And I don't think he ever expected any of the shit that was being thrown at him, or, and when he finally figured it out, I wonder how much he even like, accepted all of it, to be honest. Someone who like believes in the government that much, or that there is like at bottom a good government somewhere, that could be a little crazy making,
Yeah, he had flown this little grasshopper plane is what it was called. That was like pretty dangerous and harrowing because he had to fly pretty low and it was slow. And so he had flown in a number of missions and distinguished himself in World War II. And he had actually been there when some of the concentration camps were liberated. So he had some PTSD from World War II. And at one point, I think he either he leaves law school for a while or he takes a break in whatever job he was doing to sort of recover from like, what they would have called shell shock back then. And, he's the aftermath of the Kennedy assassination. You still don't have these exposés on the CIA. So the things that the conclusions he's coming to are completely alien to the American public. By the mid 60s, Vietnam is in full swing and there's a sign that, whoa, something has gone really wrong. Because as we said earlier, it's 1964 when trust for the government among the public starts to really take a nosedive. And that's before Vietnam. So it's like the Kennedy assassination is the beginning of it, I believe, in the Warren Report, but then Vietnam also. But the American public had basically been themselves victim of some sort of like meta covert operation in a way, because they have a totally, erroneous perception of what the government is actually doing, what Eisenhower was actually doing. I mean, that the 50s are thought of as this golden age, but the Dulles brothers are running foreign policy, and they are, their mischief, their criminal mischief around the world, like has repercussions for decades, really. I mean, up to the present day, Iran, the situation in Iran, Guatemala, you have hundreds of thousands being killed in the 80s as a result of things that happened in 1954. All of these Cuban operations with the mob and these mob ties from World War II era that are never really, they never cut ties with them. I mean, the public had no idea. And so Garrison was really going into uncharted territory with this. And, he gets help from some people, but that can't compare to the resources of the state. You actually have people like Harold Weisberg was there helping at some point, Vincent Salandria. I think Mark Lane was involved in the investigation. The comedian, what was that comedian's name? He was married to this Chinese American Playboy model, Mort Saul.
The Joker.
Name.
Wait, Mort Saul, really?
What was Mort Saul doing there?
He worked on the Kennedy assassination. For some reason, this is one of the more interesting things about this.
What?
But Brace, I think you'll appreciate this because you're such a wise ass. I think that there's a lot of comedians who are some of the best critics of the Kennedy assassination. For some reason, if you are a Weisenheimer by nature, this stuff is easier to believe. So like Dick Gregory, for example, he was a great comedian and he was, he became really preoccupied with those assassinations. Mort Saul, Bill Hicks, if you've heard Bill Hicks' routine on the Kennedy assassination, famously. For some reason, I think comedians can see things clear or whatever, because, and he was actually working there as an investigator. So Saul was one of the most sought after, well-paid comics of his day. And he kind of threw it away because of his Kennedy assassination stuff. But this didn't help. The CIA had lots of resources. Garrison had these independent people, but also a bunch of infiltrators. And, they lied about so much of the things having to do with him. After the Oliver Stone movie came out, they had that terrible Posner book, right? And he says that Ferry and Oswald never even knew each other, which is absurd. And there was already plenty of documentation that they did. But then there's this photograph that emerges around that time of Ferry and Oswald together at that camp in New Orleans, which basically proves that they knew each other.
Yeah.
And you have the fact that on the day of the assassination, Ferry was kind of panicked and running around trying to get his library card, which he believed Oswald had. And he was also worried, contacted people from the civilian air patrol or whatever, asking, hey, you don't have any photographs of me and Oswald together, do you? Or things to that effect. So this is consciousness of guilt, on some level. But people die, during the course of his investigation, you have, or between the trial and the assassination, you have Oswald gets killed, of course. Bannister gets killed in 1964. Supposedly a heart attack, but people think he may have been shot. Ruby dies in 67. And David Ferry on the same day dies along with Eladio del Valle, who was a Cuban exile. And his friends later claimed that he was murdered. And he was murdered and mutilated. I mean, chopped up and killed in a really horrific way, on the same day as David Ferry. Machete, right?
All suicides. Exactly.
Yeah, backed himself to
That's
death.
the Elliott Smith version.
I'm sorry. Here's the thing, though. Some of these guys, like some of these Cuban guys down in Miami, are shooting themselves in the chest, which no human being does to kill themselves.
Yeah.
It's like, well, I mean, you might as well say the guy got chopped up, did it himself, you know? Same fucking thing.
Yeah. Aaron, you mentioned that people at this time didn't really know about the CIA crimes, and I think that's like a really important context that sometimes people looking back at this stuff miss. I mean, this is like, obviously this is pre-Watergate, but which is kind of what opens up the gate to then, the Church Committee, and the kind of like, obviously, I don't know how much we want to get into that. But it's its own little like limited hangout.
Well,
as
then,
it is.
I mean, even like those like ramparts and like even some of the New York Times exposés.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was really like, it's like late 60s, early 70s when a lot of this stuff really gets getting, I mean, late 60s more, when a lot of this stuff really starts coming out. And like, I mean, people didn't know about like, I mean, for instance, the AFL-CIO involvement with the CIA, I think until the 70s. It's like this stuff that seems now to us that like, of course, like the Congress of Cultural Freedom was like a CIA front. Of course, like all of these different things were used by the CIA. Back then, I mean, people didn't, I mean, this was the realm of like extreme paranoiacs and like people who just were not taken serious. And, God knows how it's hard to get taken seriously talking about some of this stuff now. But back then it wasn't, I mean, at least now we have like an abundance of evidence and, books and books and volumes and volumes and volumes and volumes of evidence on our side. But like back then, that same sort of thing didn't exist yet. I mean, fuck, people thought the Gulf of Tonkin, it was real still.
One of the early exposés is around the time of the Kennedy assassination. I think it's like, it might be 63 or 64. It's by David Wise. And I think it's called The Secret Government. And it gets into some of this stuff. And, did have, like I mentioned, that article that came out like a couple months before Kennedy's killed, where in the New York Times and the Washington, another Washington newspaper, it said that the CIA is out of control. There might be a 7 days in May. So there are these things that do start to come out. But, Garrison didn't know about that much, that stuff. And so this business with Clay Shaw, he gets acquitted, but they find out a whole lot of things after the fact that he was involved with, including, one mystery that gets solved is the Clem Bertrand angle, like why he chose that name. The reason he picked it seems to be because of Pope Clement V, whose surname was Bertrand de Gout. And the Pope had this Pope had sheltered homosexuals in the 14th century, and so his legacy lived on in the sort of closeted homosexual community. So much so that there developed a Clement Bertrand Society, which helped homosexuals with legal problems. And so the Shaw Bertrand thing, where he's sending these gay Latino Cuban guys to Dean Andrews with Oswald, as the custodian or helper, suggests that that makes. Seems to make perfect sense. And of course, the fact that a number of people did identify him as using that alias and being the same guy. And the New York Times reported on March 3rd, 1967, quote, "A Justice Department official said tonight that his agency was convinced that Mr. Bertrand and Mr. Shaw were the same man." So there you have it from an official source even.
My thought with him and the Cubans is that he just thought they were gay because they were wearing mesh shirts. And he was like...
That's actually where that came from. That's where that came from.
Yeah.
Didn't exist before.
Exactly.
Yeah, mesh shirts are fascist.
Listen, I'm not going to go that far. I mean, Danzig was my first concert, and I can't... But there is something going on with mesh shirts, yeah.
So one of the things that Garrison does do really well is, and he exposes for the first time, a couple of other things, other contributions. The Zapruder film, he's able to subpoena it, and as a result of that, a copy of that is what eventually gets shown on live television, right. Like about 8 years later. Additionally, he had the people who did the autopsy at Bethesda testify, and this is really accurately depicted in JFK, and the what happens at that autopsy is pretty wild, that they weren't allowed to probe wounds, the back wound. They were specifically told not to probe it, that, that there was somebody else in charge, a general, that was telling them not to do what you're supposed to do in an autopsy, which is to probe gunshot wounds. So these are things that he establishes, and you can't really take that away from him, even if he loses. He also had, this out of this trial, I believe it's where the Seibert and O'Neill report come from with the FBI. And these are like two honest guys who observed the autopsy, and they all described this big wound to the back of Kennedy's head, and these are pretty reliable sources. So there are a number of things that come out of this, even if he is not victorious in the end. I think he exposed a lot of the important aspects of the case.
So if you're like me, you and everybody kind of thinks of the CIA like every other government agency. Fucking baller and ready to protect you at a moment's notice. Hidden heroes, 0 dark 30 all the time. Jim Garrison, of course, slightly dissented from this. But let's get into, before we talk about some of the other official congressional investigations of this assassination and possibly some more assassinations. How did other government officials feel about this kind of stuff, right? Because, the CIA hadn't been around for very long, and in its short tenure had a close relationship with a lot of presidents. In fact, sometimes an overriding relationship with some presidents. It often found itself making enemies out of former allies.
Yeah, so we know that the public did not really buy the two lone nuts or the dual nuts thesis, but it often gets asked, like, well, if it was really a conspiracy, why didn't Robert Kennedy do something about it? Wouldn't he be angry about his brother? Okay. But we find out in the 90s that he and Jackie Kennedy had sent a messenger, William Walton, to Russia. I think we talked about this earlier, but with a message to the Russians saying, we know you didn't kill Jack. It was a domestic right-wing conspiracy, but we can't do anything about it. We can't look to continue the world peace quest until RFK is president, right? So we know Robert Kennedy and Jackie Kennedy did not believe it. Also, LBJ came to suspect that the CIA was involved in this. He said about the Cuba business and their policies in the Caribbean that we were running a damn murder incorporated down there. And he made other kind of cryptic statements, but it's known that he came to suspect the CIA. Now, Richard Nixon himself, when he becomes president, he is preoccupied with these Bay of Pigs files, as is well known by probably a lot of listeners, that he sends Haldeman down there to try to get those and say that the Watergate business could lead to the Bay of Pigs being opened up. And that really enrages Dick Helms. But even before that, in October 71, Nixon is trying to get those Bay of Pigs files from Helms, prior to 1972, which is when all the Watergate stuff happens. And so he's talking to Helms, and he said, the who shot John angle. Is Eisenhower to blame? Is Kennedy to blame? Is Johnson to blame? Is Nixon to blame? Et cetera, et cetera. It may become, not by me, a very vigorous issue. But if it does, I need to know what is necessary to protect, frankly, the intelligence gathering and the dirty tricks department, and I will protect it. I've done more than my share of lying to protect you, and I believe it's totally right to do it. So he's actually trying to get whatever information they have about the Kennedy assassination, and he's saying, like, I'll lie to protect you. I mean, he's basically, I think pretty clearly saying, whatever role you guys had in this, I'll protect you, just let me know, which of course would have given him great leverage over the CIA. And this quest for him to try to get power over the CIA is really a huge part of Watergate. So he, as I said earlier, he sent his assistant Haldeman to try to get those, to get him to, help with the press and cover up this Watergate break-in. He would like to be able to say it was a CIA thing, so stop investigating this. Because of course, if you told the Washington Post that, they would listen. I mean, they're not exactly a CIA cutout, but they aren't exactly not. And So he's trying to get get Richard Helms to help him on this, and he does a little bit, but then Nixon still suspects the CIA is potentially behind some of this stuff. Now, eventually, he fires Richard Helms, which was what James McCord had said, would cause everything to go down. He says, like, if the Queen falls, then every other piece shall fall as well, or something like that, right? James McCord is the burglar who seems to have gotten himself arrested on purpose, along with the other Watergate burglars. So when Nixon fires Richard Helms, he appoints James Schlesinger to be the director of the CIA, and he tells him, I want you to go and get all the dirt on the CIA that you can, because we gotta stop these guys. I think that they're sort of behind this. And so Schlesinger starts this process, and he has William Colby in charge of gathering this file, and it's what becomes known as the Family Jewels file. It was basically any instance in which the CIA had exceeded its legal charter, which, of course, they do quite a bit. And during Watergate, some of these stories leak out. So all these stories that leak out during Watergate are not from like people who are good government people. A lot of them are very shady. They're people like, Deep Throat himself is Mark Felt, who is total black bag man, COINTELPRO guy, really sinister dude, not a guy who cares about the law. And so additionally, some of the Family Jewels stories start to leak out about the crimes of the CIA. And this, so Nixon is trying to expose the security state, and the security state is trying to expose Nixon, and who's going to have more sway with the press. Nixon felt really paranoid, like he had a lot of enemies in the press, and that he had enemies in the CIA and enemies in the Pentagon.
Which he did.
Which he did. They were spying on him. There was a spying in there, and Nixon covered that up. He thought it would be bad for the nation. So, in a way, this is what Peter Dale Scott argues, that it's similar forces that got rid of Kennedy that probably got rid of Nixon, but it was messy. With Kennedy, JFK, it was messy in terms of having his head exploded, which is messy. But in the Nixon case, it's messy because it exposes a whole lot of shenanigans. And, this is a deeper subject to get into, but one of the things that Deep Throat says is like, to Woodward, who himself is a spooky character, a former Office of Naval Intelligence, right. He says that
100%.
He says that this is getting into some really serious business. We might see, everybody might be killed sometime soon, and then he's saying like, why, over Watergate or what? He's like, no, it's deeper than that. It's the whole covert apparatus of the United States government. It's sprawling, and it's astounding in its scope, and if it's potentially exposed, this could lead to a slate of killings like we've never seen before, something to that effect, right? So eventually this gets resolved with Nixon resigning the presidency after Ford is installed as vice president. Probably Alexander Haig makes a deal where Ford will pardon Nixon and agree to pardon him if Nixon resigns. And Nixon is pardoned for everything he could have done as president if it turned out that he had been, trafficking underage kids and burying them in the Rose Garden. He would have been pardoned for that. Like, it was the most blanket pardon ever issued that I know of. And of course, Ford himself famously moved the location of the magic bullet and was, an establishment guy through and through. Yes. But the fallout of Watergate is the Watergate Congress. And this is, for the first time, Congress really trying to stand up to the CIA. And Ford tries to get out in front of this with this really ridiculous Rockefeller Commission, which is like Ronald Reagan and Barry Goldwater and other establishment types pretending to investigate the intelligence.
It's insane. It's like a fucking Klan rally.
Yeah.
They still, the Rockefellers, I think that was still where we found out about the CIA heart attack gun. So they did uncover some things.
That's more just like showing off, like, hey guys, check this out, new fucking Delta Point scope or whatever. It's.
Well, and during one of those meetings, it sort of gets revealed accidentally because I guess it's a press conference, and Shore is there, that guy Daniel Shore, and Ford says something to the effect of, this will get into like sensitive matters, and they're saying like what, and then he goes like assassinations, and this is like Ford being kind of stupid, and so that gets, what eventually comes out is that he's probably referring to foreign assassinations, and then, since this is not satisfactory for, that you had this sort of, in a way, it was a blue ribbon commission again to like investigate the intelligence community. It was handpicked by the state to investigate the state. Congress is, presumably the more democratic with a lowercase d institution. So they have one senator, Frank Church, and then I believe it's Charles Pike in the House, and they investigate. And I think that it was the Church Committee I believe that was where they do reveal the gun that was potentially a heart attack gun. You sort of have to piece that part together, but there's that famous picture of Frank Church sitting next to John Tower, and he's holding that gun. Mm-hmm. It's an electric, silent gun, can fire a poison projectile and silently, and you'd have a heart attack and then die. And they also had all this blowfish toxin, which may have been what they made to kill people that way. You have the MK Ultra stories that start to come out, and then Helms supposedly destroyed all of those things, but you really wonder about that. You have Alfred McCoy's book came out in the earlier 70s about the KMT CIA drug trafficking in Southeast Asia. Even that story is strange, like the way that McCoy is sort of led down this garden path by people in the agency and people who were in the know that vet all of his work to say like, oh yeah, this is correct, or no, you got this detail wrong. Like there seemed to be some sort of establishment civil war, even on the drug angle under Nixon, because Nixon had the war on drugs. that was his thing. Even though he was really connected to the China lobby or the Far Eastern lobby, which was completely, ingrained or intertwined with the drug trafficking in East Asia. So these exposés come out, and one of the things the Church Committee does is they look into the Kennedy assassination, but very narrowly. It's whether the CIA and FBI did a good job investigating. And they find, no, they did not. They were very deficient. And I think it's Gary Hart and Senator Richard Schweiker who were on that particular part of the Church Committee. And, they uncover a lot of things. And this also, at the same time, you have civil rights leaders who are wanting to open the MLK case. And also contemporaneous to this, you have the first national television showing of the Zapruder film by Geraldo Rivera, naturally. And this shocks people because he seems to be pretty clearly shot from the front. And so people are saying, why have we not been told this? Why are we only seeing this now? And this creates this, combined with the pressure of the King family and the civil rights movement. They sort of dovetail the two Kennedy assassinations with the Martin Luther King assassination to create a House Select Committee on Assassinations. And that is the second and really last official investigation of the Kennedy assassination.
I wanted to touch on Schweiker briefly because Liz, you mentioned Garrison as not being, we're communists and conspiracy nuts, so of course we think that Oswald was an intelligence asset and that the Warren Commission was a cover-up. But Schweiker said that, right? He's this Republican senator from Pennsylvania.
Yes.
He's investigating it, and he says that the Warren Commission relied on the CIA and FBI personnel and that they directed a cover-up. And then he later says about Oswald that Oswald had intelligence fingerprints all over him.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So this is not just this is a a U.S. senator, Republican senator who's been investigating this stuff, who comes to that conclusion based on the facts that he saw. And even, we talk about the Church Committee's role as a limited hangout and the later House Select Committee, but the facts that they uncovered still were very, very useful, much more useful than the Warren Commission in terms of telling us what actually did happen. This is not just, these are very serious people. And for some reason, that it just baffles me that this whole period of time seems to have been extricated from our historical memory. We just don't remember that these congressional committees even happened. It's just not a part of what we think about at all. It's just it's a very bizarre. I certainly didn't learn about any of this in school, and it seems highly relevant. So I don't, it's just bizarre. Yeah,
the Warren Commission still held up as basically the investigation, but there
right.
There were two with somewhat narrower scope, but like definitely actually uncovering a lot more information than the original commission did. And your point about Schweiker is absolutely correct. Like, he was not a conspiracy nut. And at first I think he wasn't even like sold on that there was a conspiracy, but eventually you have to face the facts of the evidence.
Yeah, he went on Face the Nation in 1976, and he said, I think the Warren report, to those who've studied it closely, has collapsed like a house of cards.
Yep.
The fatal mistake the Warren Commission made was not to use its own investigators, but instead to rely on the CIA and FBI personnel, which played directly into the hands of senior intelligence officials who directed the cover-up. And this is a guy who was strongly considered for Reagan to be a running mate of Ronald Reagan. So not...
well, he took himself out of the running there.
It's also a funny statement because, one of the guys running the Warren Commission was the former CIA director.
Right.
So I don't know actually how much good it would have done for the Warren Commission to have its own investigators. But nonetheless, he explicitly says in that statement that they covered it up, in particular, the fact that Oswald was pretty clearly an intelligence asset, which seems highly relevant to his role in the assassination. Ben,
you mentioned, or I mentioned, and then you echoed the idea that these committees were kind of like limited hangouts in their own ways. But I mean, the Warren Commission is kind of a separate thing. When we say like blue ribbon, it's almost like it's more of a show trial than anything, start to finish. But can you just, for our like new listeners here, can you explain a little bit what we mean when we say limited hangout and how these kind of qualify?
Yeah, well, I think there's so for instance, the House Select Committee on Assassinations looked at Ruby's connections to organized crime. So all the stuff that we just talked about Ruby's in the last episode about Ruby's connections to organized crime, that's now been established. It's documented. So for instance, Peter Dale Scott was investigating that stuff before the House Select Committee on Assassinations took place. And he gave them a lot of information about all this research that he had done. I think he wrote a book called Crime and Cover-Up, which I think some of the people involved in the House Select Committee had actually bought copies of that book and read it and cited it in their report. He gave them a ton of information. And then in his book, Deep Politics and the Death of JFK, talks about how they basically just whitewashed it or didn't include it or didn't talk about the full implications of it. And so the concept of the limited hangout, which actually is a term that came from Nixon, from the Nixon tapes, where he talks about this concept of a limited hangout. He did not coin that term. It has long existed, but it's sort of where it first came into prominence. The concept of a limited hangout is to reveal some elements of some covert operation to sort of, it serves a variety of purposes. One is to try to satisfy the public. Mm-hmm. Oh, here is the full truth. Oh, yes, it is true that there was this intelligence cover-up. Oh, yes, it was true that there was a conspiracy of some kind, which is what the House Select Committee found. But to not actually reveal the full extent of the facts, to not actually reveal everything which has happened. There's, as Nixon calls it, the modified limited hangout, where perhaps you include some lies as a part of your limited hangout to further take away from the truth. So particularly as it pertains to, there are lots, so for intelligence purposes, there are lots of limited hangouts that you would do that would not
this
have anything
podcast,
to do with the public.
et cetera, obviously.
Listen,
that's right.
No, what I'm doing is gaslighting. That's very different. There's no political intention behind it whatsoever.
Gaslighting is the original limited
Gaslighting's
hangout.
fake. Gaslighting itself is a gaslight.
But it serves a lot of purposes. Intelligence people lie to each other all the time.
Yeah,
right? The CIA withholds information from the FBI, just tells them a little bit about what's going on. And that's never, obviously, that doesn't interface with the public at all. But as far as the public is concerned, it definitely serves those PR purposes of, you could satisfy people to some extent by giving them a little piece of the truth and hoping that people are satisfied with that and don't ask any further questions. But the benefit of these kinds of limited hangouts is that they do contain some of the facts in and of themselves, and you can start to build on those things. Certainly a lot of the great research that's been done about the JFK assassination since the House Select Committee has used information from that.
Sure.
So it's part of this is that they only have to lie for long enough, right? Once all the people involved are all dead, once all of the loose ends have been tied up, it doesn't really matter anymore what the public knows, which is almost where we are with the JFK assassination to some extent.
Absolutely. It's weird.
From what I understand, and I've heard this like third hand, so take it with as many grains of salt as you want to, but apparently working in Washington in proximity to or in the CIA, it's basically like kind of something they like joke about. They're like, yeah, we did it. You know what I mean? Like, of course we did. And it's like a badge of honor. I want to be clear. I have not heard that firsthand or even secondhand. That's like third hand.
No, yeah. You're not that high up yet.
No, it's plus I'd blab. But yeah, it's one of those things that's, and at this point too, maybe I'm getting a little ahead here. It's like, who cares if people know? What would happen if people knew? People
that's
do
the
know.
bullies brag, right? That's like what when you're so it's almost like, what are you going to do? Yeah, we did it. What are you going to do? It's like taunting almost.
Yeah, they call it the Simpson strategy.
But it's true. And I think it's effective because it's very demobilizing, you know? But yeah, I mean, it is this period being kind of memory hold, this sort of like these kind of pre-Reagan, post-60s. I mean, I don't mean that by just the 70s, but I mean this specific, like, you know, time where these congressional hearings are happening about, and all of these sort of revelations about this. I mean, it's not just the congressional hearings that are happening. I mean, we mentioned the Zapruder film being shown on TV, but it's like, you know, there's a huge movement. All these fucking Hollywood movies are coming out that are talking about, you know, different aspects of the CIA and different kind of like spy and paranoid thrillers. And, you know, everyone talks about this kind of like paranoid mood. You know, it's a really, a lot of this has been memory hold, and it being memory hold and it being kind of connected and controlled as a limited hangout, I think, are not totally disconnected. You know, the MK Ultra stuff is a really obvious example. We mentioned that, but it's like very little we know about MK Ultra is literally from one piece of paper that was quote unquote left behind while quote unquote everything else was burned. You know what I mean? Like, that feels very like a classic kind of, you know, way of controlling that kind of information while letting it kind of like drip out a little bit. But it's true that, of course, a lot of the stuff we know, particularly about the CIA's activities, you know, in assassinations internationally, I mean, overseas, you know, comes out of these commissions.
And I do think because as I said, like Peter Dale Scott was onto a lot of the stuff that the House Select Committee figured out. You know, really covered up in some ways beforehand. But it's one thing for a person to write a book about it, and it's another thing for the official government body to say something about it. You know, as much as obviously, you know, it's not like I exactly put much stock in what Congress has to say about anything, but certainly for the purposes of the public, that's what they're not going to go and find this, you know, crime and cover up book, right? They're not going to read that. But if this congressional committee says this was a conspiracy, that's what the House Select Committee said. There was a conspiracy. Mm-hmm. You know, that has a much greater impact, despite the fact that, you know, the Warren Commission story is still the story, despite the fact that there's been this subsequent admission by a government commission that there was a conspiracy. But I suppose that, as you said, Liz, that's part of the cover up itself, part of the limited hangout itself, kind of give people a little blast to kind of quell them. Make them not don't worry about this. We've uncovered all the facts, and then all that inconvenient stuff that came out, let's just not talk about it anymore.
One weird angle about the House Select Committee and the sort of manipulation of discourse, which is, you know, I don't know if this is a very novel argument that I'm making here, and I can't prove it, but around the same time that this final report is coming out, the big sort of pop culture sensation in America is the TV show Dallas and Who Shot JR. Mm-hmm. I mean, there's much more energy devoted to that issue at the time than to the House Select Committee, which was really kind of downplayed and not covered in the press that much, except to actually damage the original lead counsel, Richard Sprague. He wanted to conduct he wanted to treat it like a murder investigation. He wanted to not assume that anything in the Warren report was accurate. He wanted to get to the bottom of it. And he found that when he got into matters involving the intelligence community, that time and again, that was where he ran into trouble. And he's eventually forced out, and they had to find somebody else to do it, to take over for him. And they eventually settled on this guy named Robert Blakey. But before that, they actually, you know, I guess another Earl Warren redo or something, right? They went to a former Supreme Court Justice, Arthur Goldberg, and he'd considered accepting the job, but he knew that the CIA had at the very least covered up some facts of the assassination and at worst been involved. So he calls Stansfield Turner, who is Carter's CIA director, who's actually kind of a reformist guy. He's the guy who fires Shackley and Kleins, you know, and he actually does seem to try to get rid of the most criminal and, you know, moral reprobate operators in the CIA, which is no small task. And he calls, so Goldberg, Supreme Court retired justice, calls Stansfield Turner and says, should I take this job? Will I have the CIA cooperation? And he doesn't get any response from Turner. He's like silent. So Goldberg says, well, did you hear the question? And then Turner says, well, I thought my silence, was my answer. And so at that point, Goldberg said, I'm not doing this. I'm not going to try to mess with the CIA. If Carter was serious about hiring a reformer and they wanted to get to the bottom of it, that would be one thing. But, you have a Democratic president and the CIA director he handpicked to investigate the murder of, the most celebrated Democratic politician of the last, at least since FDR. And even he was refusing to help this investigation. So they settle on Robert Blakey, who's a Notre Dame law professor, and he specialized in organized crime, but really a narrow version of organized crime, like the Cosa Nostra, this mafia, omerta, code of silence, like really ancient order, this kind of cliche version of organized crime that sees it as a foreign element to our otherwise healthy democracy, right? And so I think that that's done on purpose in a way that they know that if this is whether you talk about phase 1 and phase 2, the mafia is be like phase 3, right? The phase 3 sort of cover up of it's like some version of anti-Castro Cubans and mafia, but we never really given any explanations about that. And he questions, Sprague was pretty aggressive, and he questioned Santo Trafficante on all these issues about the Kennedy assassination and the Castro plots, and a number of things related to this. And he basically pled the fifth, which is what you say to avoid incriminating yourself, and he wouldn't answer any of those questions. So they were putting Blakey in there was probably a sign that they were going to cover it up. Ironically, decades later, Blakey comes to the same conclusion as these other people, that the state had to have been involved. But that's decades later. That's like in the it's really not until that he really comes out on that side, like a few years ago when he signed that statement for the Truth and Reconciliation Committee, which was pretty remarkable. But even in the 90s, by the 90s, he said, I've been told that the CIA is full of, liars and you can't trust anything from them. And well, now I'm pretty much in that camp too. So he came to realize what had happened there. But, it was like Gaten Fonzie was one of the people who wrote a book about the House Select Committee. And, he ran into all sorts of trouble. Everybody kept dying, or he'd be sent on these stupid errands that didn't make any sense, getting, bad information from like Claire Booth Luce and other people. So it's like this sort of comic misadventure. I think you guys have kind of funny. Read. Yeah.
Yeah. I've read the book, and it's written in a sort of jaunty kind of way. And he does get into some pretty funny misadventures with Frank Sturgis and all these just like total freaks. I mean, cause that's the thing about the Kennedy assassination. There's a lot of real weirdos who are involved in it, especially at the lower levels. And Fonzie has the, either great fortune or great misfortune of interacting fairly closely with a lot of them. But his book is The Last Investigation, I think it's called. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's like I was saying, it's like before all this stuff was bureaucratized, and like back then it's like you got all these great characters like we talked, like Ferry, the most obvious fucking guy in the world, King, in his crazy eyebrows and wig and outfits. And now it's like they're all just cold technocrats that look the same. You know what I mean? Awful.
Yeah, it's all DevGru 6 and all those guys instead of flamboyant traveling playboys.
Yeah.
The other, just to because the CIA even after because we talked about Blakey sort of doubting the CIA and this idea of the HSCA still being a limited hangout. Is that the main? So because Stansfield Turner, says, look, I cannot guarantee that you're going to get cooperation, right? And it turns out that the guy that was the primary liaison between the House Select Committee and assassinations, I can't remember the person's name off the top of my head, but he had been in JM Wave and had been like intricately involved in Operation Mongoose, CIA and mafia plots against Castro. So obviously, like, he was handpicked to serve that role because he would know what can I tell the House Select Committee and what do I need to make sure does not get told to the House Select Committee so we can keep the essential elements of this hidden. So that's a part of like this limited hangout, right? Is a CIA person who is this key conduit for information from the agency to this committee that's going to make it public. And he personally knows, or has been told also, I'm sure, been briefed extensively about what to let through and what not to let through. And that's what happens, right? Key information about, I mean, even at this point, the extent of the Castro assassination plots was not known, even after the Church Committee. And it would have been super relevant, obviously, for the House Select Committee to know about that stuff. And they were kept in the dark about a lot of it, specifically by the CIA intentionally lying to them, deceiving them, withholding information from them, even at this late stage, something like 13 or so years after the assassination.
Yeah, the guy's name was George Ioannidis, and I think Gaten Fonzie mentions him in the thing, and he says, "Man, this guy, he's not helping me at all. He's really being the opposite of helpful." And Blakey, that was actually the revelation that he had been responsible for supervising and bankrolling the anti-Castro Cubans, specifically the DRE, which was, connected to the Oswald's adventures in New Orleans, but also leaked those details to the press about Oswald's connections to Cuba, like on the day of the assassination. So Ioannidis is somebody who should have been a suspect. He should have been deposed. And instead, kind of like Alan Dulles on the Warren Commission, he's involved in the plot. He's guilty, but he's like there investigating it or involved in the investigation. So, he was deputy director for psychological warfare at JM Wave. Sort of like C.D. Jackson was a psychological warfare person for the OSS and he's the person who bought the Zapruder film. So they are waging psychological warfare on us, including with like the soap opera Dallas, I think, on some level. At least that's my pet hypothesis.
Absolutely.
Totally.
I mean, if they'll do that, if they'll mess with the soaps. Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
Liz, and so this is so Liz, so this is me not watching Richard Jewell forever, and or any other film or television show.
Yeah.
That is me resisting the globalists, because who knows what kind of message they're trying to tell me in there. I mean, speaking of film and television, well, film actually, the next sort of big break, I guess, in the JFK investigation, specifically, like I think the congressional aspect, was actually after the film JFK, which we've referenced in here before. I mean, the movie JFK, which, like I said earlier, if you haven't seen it, watch it. It's, even if you think what we're talking about is a bunch of bullshit, and if you're sick of hearing about JFK, I mean, that's weird that you're on the 6th episode of this, but also. Even if you're like, whatever, this is all fiction, man. Like, yeah, the dual nuts.
Yeah, we've
is
had
real.
a couple of those Patreon comments, and I got to say, maybe you're, take another listen.
Yeah, listen to all 10 hours again. See if it sinks in. But JFK is like a good movie. Like, it is an entertaining fucking movie.
Oh yeah, and everyone's in it. I mean, it's got all the stars.
All the
are
stars.
Here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a real hit parade. But that movie comes out in 1991, and that movie, I mean, takes a sort of it basically tells the story of Garrison's investigation, and that is not the angle that you would have sort of assumed that a Hollywood picture would take. Maybe they'd have like I'm trying to think of what other media I've seen or like heard of that really involves the JFK. I know Stephen King like wrote a book about a time traveler going back in time to stop Lee Harvey Oswald.
There was the movie, I think it was Executive Action. I think it was called. That basically depicted the. It's not a good movie. I wouldn't recommend watching it. It's not entertaining the way that JFK is. But yeah, there were some earlier ones. But yeah, definitely they were not as well received as JFK was.
Oliver Stone had high profile, sort of image as a filmmaker at that time. And this is a fucking opus, man. I mean, I think Nixon is a long movie too, but JFK
Nixon is very long. Yeah. I got to say.
Didn't finish Nixon. I'll be real with you. I did not.
That's the 2 tapes on the old VHS.
Yeah. JFK though is like, I mean, we're talking fucking Hobbit 1, Hobbit 2, where they're mean to the dragon, Hobbit 3, where they're also, I haven't seen any of the Hobbit movies, but I assume they're cruel to the dragon who literally just likes gold, which is not like everyone in history is like gold. Mayans like gold. Europeans like gold. People love gold in the Far East.
Ladies.
Ladies love gold, and for some reason it's fucked up if a lizard does. Not my business. But it's a long fucking movie, and it's good, and it tells the story really well. And like Aaron was saying earlier, like, you know, there's a lot of scenes in it that are like pretty much like word for word from transcripts that seem like they're scripts or something, just because of how, you know, insane and incredible some of this stuff is. But that actually, I mean, that movie made, from what I can tell, you know, I was only like 25 in 91, so I don't really remember because I was experimenting a lot with ketamine. But it made a pretty big impact from what I can tell.
Yeah, I saw it in the theater, actually. I was in 8th grade, and I went to go stay at my friend's house. Ben Motes is his name. I'm going to tell him you should listen to this. I haven't talked to him in a long time, but he's a really nice guy. His parents were really nice. They took us to see this movie, and my mom worked for a congressman, so I was like more politically motivated or interested, and I watched Iran-Contra when I was a little kid, so I sort of knew about the dark side a little bit. And Vietnam, I knew about that, and this movie's talking about Vietnam. That's one of the things that it says. So I thought it was like, that's the movie. It was really crazy. They obviously killed JFK. You know, that was my takeaway from it. And it cost $40 million to make, grossed $205 million. So that's a huge, you know, success. And the critics liked it generally, but the biggest papers like the Times and the Post would write a lot of slanderous sort of articles about it. And it wasn't just the Garrison case. It was kind of like a combination of Garrison, but with a lot of the other things that researchers had learned over the years, some of it past Garrison and so on. So Garrison is used as sort of a cipher, I guess, to like get at the case. And because Garrison had already been sort of character assassinated so much, some of the work against Stone was already done, and they could just sort of build on that. But a lot of critics did have really good things to say about it. Roger Ebert said, and I mean, I think this is a great quote because he was, you know, Ebert had his way of being pretty candid about things. And he said, "Do you know anyone who believes Oswald acted all by himself in killing Kennedy? I don't. I've been reading the books and articles for the last 25 years, and I've not found a single convincing defense of the Warren Commission. The physical evidence makes its key conclusion impossible. One man with one rifle could not physically have caused what happened on November 22nd, 1963 in Dallas. If one man could not have, then there must have been two. Therefore, there was a conspiracy." So there were people in the media who were like pretty, you know, candid about the fraud that had been, you know, perpetrated. It's just that you're talking about really, you know, you're casting aspersions on our most powerful institutions. And I think it was George Lardner who wrote, you know, if Oliver Stone is to be believed, then this is really going to cast disrepute on all of our most cherished institutions. And that's a very dubious public service.
Oh, my. Oh, no.
Can't have that.
I would hate that. God forbid if there was too much disrepute on the New York Times.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, especially if you think of what we did in Vietnam. I mean, killing like 3.6 million Vietnamese, maybe 1 million Indonesians in that era, 2 million Cambodians, 500,000 1 million Laotians, this heroin trade that becomes a part. I mean, it's just like crimes that just make the mind reel, sort of. You just can't really conceptualize that sort of systemic
impossible
evil.
Numbers.
Yeah. You can't wrap your mind around that sort of thing. And then yet people would be like, how dare you say that these forces would kill Jack Kennedy? You know, it really makes no logical sense. But in a way, it's like the story of denial in civilization and empire that is, you know, sort of too typical of human history, where you just can't see. You're so embedded in the society, and your sensibilities are shaped by it, that you some things you just can't conceptualize, and so you want to turn away, or you want to think of some weird random theory maybe, or you just, you know, you feel like you can't deal with it on some level, so you just, you know, it's hard to get the will to do so.
I mean, my thing is man, like, these people would like kick down your fucking thatched hut door. I mean, fuck, I guess they just walk through the entranceway and like throw a grenade onto like a family. I mean, you think they wouldn't kill one man or three men eventually in Dallas? You know, that's ridiculous. It's like they've committed And like, this isn't just like, I mean, probably anyone listening to this realizes this, but like, this isn't just like us being like, oh, you know, these guys did all these fucking unspeakable crimes. They did. These things happened. They happen in history. They're happening right now. You know, they killed. I don't know. I think, Ben, you asked on the internet the other day, like, what the fuck is these people's body count? And I thought about that for like a while. I was like, damn, what is the body count here? Because we have the actual, you know, you can get the numbers and add them up for all these different countries, you know, even if you're just going post World War II, right? Like, not even the slaughter of Native Americans, you know, the fucking enslavement of Africans, all that kind of stuff. Even if you're just literally doing like the CIA national security establishment post World War II, and that millions, probably tens of millions of people that they've slaughtered. That's not even counting like the just the damage that they've done to other countries that have led to, you know, just awful fates and slavery for so many people, you know, the setting back countries that did, you know, manage to shake them off. I mean, just the ecological damage they did to Vietnam alone, you know, the fucking, the birth defects in Fallujah. I mean, these people are like, these people are more depraved than depravity allows me. Like, that the word doesn't even work, man. Like, there isn't a word enough for them. And so they're not going to shoot JFK. What are you fucking, why wouldn't they shoot JFK? There is no, like, it's so inside the realm. I mean, it's so nestled deep within the realm of possibility that, like, it boggles the mind that anyone could disbelieve it just on the face of like, oh, these institutions would never do something like this. They have done so many more. I mean, at least they shot him with a gun, right?
I think too that, like, I mean, to wrap it up, I think Ben made a really good case in the first episode of why our like communist listeners should care about this. And maybe I can implore you to kind of restate that case, because I have seen in comments to our series, like, kind of like echoing some of that kind of, I mean, I get it. Or I get where it comes from, but there's a little bit of a kind of like attitude of like, well, who cares about JFK? Or, yeah, I know the state is bad, or, oh my God, oh, blah, blah, blah. But like, one of the things that I really like try to sit with too is that, you know, the assassination of JFK also made all of those deaths possible, right? It was like an essential step in the kind of, you know, in this last march of history, that it was a required step in order for the like continued extermination of like tens of millions of people. You know what I mean? And so like, it's really important to understand it for that reason, if you want to understand how the state has functioned in the past and now continues to function today. And if you don't understand how the state functions, then you have absolutely no theory of power and politics in the contemporary world. I don't know. I think that it's like, you know, you have to situate this event in context with all of that. You can't just take it out as a kind of boomer meme. It's not a boomer meme. It's a really, really important like key factor in the consolidation of this kind of, it's not a counter revolution, but the right wing consolidation that happens between 64 and 81 is like a massive, important part of American history. It's the most important part of, you know, contemporary history, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, from my point of view, you know, Kennedy's assassination was predetermined in many respects, right? I mean, there's no possible way you know, really this gets into like the root of capitalist crisis and the need for the expansion of the system of capitalism across the entire globe, right? You must pull in as much profit as possible, and they're going to do it by going to these countries, getting their natural resources, exploiting their labor, super exploiting their labor, right? So there's no counterfactual here where JFK survives and somehow he manages to undo all of that. Like, I don't think that that's possible. But I think the way that you framed it, Liz, which is that this is the extent to which those elements are willing to go, right? Whether they're self-consciously saying, I'm preserving the system of capitalism by killing the president, right? The fact of the matter is he was an impediment to their pursuit of unfettered profit, even though what he was proposing, what he wanted, was certainly not, global communist revolution or anything like that, right? He was, as I said, I think earlier, he was an idealist in his own. He was a realist in many ways, but also an idealist in the sense that he believed that sort of the free competition of nations, and Aaron, you mentioned that term, friendly competition, right? That was Wallace's point of view as well. He thought that was going to be the solution. And the forces that actually controlled the economy, the forces that actually controlled the state and the deep state, there was no way that they were going to let him interfere with that. And so he had to go. And I really think that, when you, because there are plenty of world leaders also that I think we can look to and identify and say that these were not precisely, the sort of national liberation communist leaders that we would have liked. Nonetheless, their assassination was a serious detriment to their people, to their nation.
Sure.
And likewise, when we look at our own country, the fact that a guy like Kennedy, who was frankly, pretty conservative for my taste, certainly, the fact that even he was not acceptable, and specifically, I think that the mechanisms which killed him, right, these deep state elements, these intelligence apparatuses, if you want to start to theorize about how do we get out of this mess that we're in, you have to understand those forces. And in particular, I think people like Peter Dale Scott, who have taken the facts of the case and synthesized that and tried to come up with a theory about it, I think are very important people to read to try to get to the root of, like I said, how we get ourselves out of this mess.
Yeah, to get back to what Liz and Grace were saying about a body count, there's the 8 million, give or take, in Southeast Asia, which is pretty obvious. But in the bigger picture, which is the most alarming, because it's the most, it's something that it's not really reported that much, but the idea of structural violence, like the U.S. maintains this system, this economic system that causes an enormous amount of death and immiseration around the world. And there were forces in American politics that wanted a different kind of world order, like Henry Wallace. And then later, you have like Eisenhower, when he leaves, he gives his military industrial complex speech. And that was informed by the work of C. Wright Mills. And C. Wright Mills wrote a book called The Causes of World War III, where he lays out a bunch of things that the U.S. could do to solve some of the problems in the world. And they're very similar to what Wallace was calling for: sharing technology, coming up with economic arrangements that don't involve consigning whole, post-colonial populations to debt peonage. And Kennedy was, in his own way, working towards those same kind of goals. Now, the fact that they don't go in that direction, besides Vietnam, and besides Johnson's reversal of policy in Brazil and Congo, completely undoing what Kennedy had been trying to do, you have that system that, as Liz points out, emerges from 64 to 1981, or it really consolidates this new right-wing regime. And the structural violence that it imposes upon countries year after year is, you can't say precisely what it is, but Peter Phillips, the sociologist, his book Giants, the Global Power Elite, points out that there are, it's the number is like 9 million people a year who die of preventable diseases, lack of access to potable water, lack of access to enough food. And so this is like a Holocaust year after year of poverty. And there's a paper that just came out in a journal. It's a peer-reviewed article called Plunder in the Post-Colonial Era. And he writes that according to our method, we find that in the most recent year of data, the global north appropriated from the south commodities worth $2.2 trillion in northern prices, enough to end extreme poverty 15 times over. So the amount of wealth that is taken in this neo-colonial regime that is really global is that kills people to an extent, a number of people that dwarfs Vietnam and the Southeast Asia. And this is going on year after year. Over the whole period of 1960 to 2018, drain from the South totaled $62 trillion, or if you account for the lost growth of, if that wealth had not been appropriated, that would be $152 trillion. So this is the system that's aggressively maintained. That's what these overthrows are all about. These coups, putting in people like Suharto and Mobutu, and the dictatorships in Brazil. It's really about maintaining this kind of system, and it's a huge source of wealth and power. And it really just continues colonialism, the dynamics of colonialism, under another name. And so I think that getting rid of Kennedy and moving both parties to the right, which is what happens in the 70s and leading up to Ronald Reagan's election, that this has been catastrophic for the global population. It should be better for Americans. We should have things like universal health care and housing and no homeless people, and better education, et cetera, et cetera. But what it's meant for the people in the formerly colonized countries is, again, one of those things that you can't even try to wrap your mind around. Even if I tell you 9 million a year or whatever, it's like that's so abstract. And but that's the way that you end colonialism after World War II, and yet things don't really change that much. And the Kennedy assassination is a big part of that story, and should make us very, worried about what will happen to other leaders who potentially could rally enough people to their side, if the system can even handle that now. Which is to say that it's not too far gone, and that it'll be foreign affairs that somehow lead to any change, assuming that it doesn't lead to nuclear war at some point, which is not something that you can totally write off. And the last thing that I will say is why you would want to study it is, and this is why I love that Oliver Stone is going back and visiting it. I think that if an event like this, if there were some sort of actual acknowledgement of what happened, something like that could be a dramatic event that might lead to a change in the culture and society to sort of pave the way for more dramatic changes. And perhaps some wealthy people who are thinking about the big picture and have some amount of political power might actually see that we're on a terrible path, and that the unthinkable, which is like actually acknowledging some of the crimes of the state, it would actually be beneficial for America and the world. And so, perhaps more people understanding this stuff could actually be constructive, and not just a strange sort of niche obsession for people who are interested in deep politics.
You guys, this has been a lot of podcasting.
It's been a lot of podcasting.
It's been a lot of podcasting. To be honest, I can't believe we made it through, but we did for now. But this has been totally fantastic. I said this in the beginning, but I really did never think we would touch the JFK assassination, because it really is an intimidating topic. And there's so much. I mean, I know we called it 101, and it seems like we covered so much. How could this be a 101? I swear to God, there's so much we didn't cover.
I mean, my God, yeah.
And we did really try as much as we could to kind of compartmentalize these into kind of larger topics to try to get some of the big hits out there, because for as much as we talked about, there's so much more. And we really do. I really want to encourage people to, do the reading. But actually, no, because the books are good. We've talked so much about Peter Dale Scott, who really is just such a fantastic resource and researcher and writer and theorist of the state. And, there's been so much, obviously we've talked about so many books. We mentioned that on a couple of last episodes, so we don't have to reiterate it here, but, I just want to thank you guys so much for coming on and doing this with us, because it really has been a dream to talk about this stuff and really try to get it out there again into people's, out in front of people's minds as not a meme, but actually something, it's not girl pilled to think about the Kennedy assassination. It's actually deeply political,
Yeah, thanks. I in a strange way, I really enjoy talking about this stuff. I spent so many years studying it, and I didn't want to just study the assassination, but to put it in the bigger picture. I hope that it can illuminate things, because it did for me in my thinking about our political situation. And so in a maybe a sick way, I love
I love talking about this for 10 hours. It's been a lot of fun.
I would like to thank you for introducing me to the fact that Leonard Cohen and Peter Dale Scott were friends and corresponded, because that blew my mind.
That is really cool.
Yeah. Well, fellas, there's only one thing I can say at this point, and lady too.
Thank you.
Although this maybe isn't the case for you, but for us guys, the case is closed. Whatever these women are getting henpecking about this JFK thing, none of my business. But I tell you, in the man cave, Oswald did it. Ruby killed him, and I'm just fucking with you. The government did it.
Yeah, it would take a bunch of dudes to believe the dual nut theory.
That one is for the fellas. All right, guys. For now, au revoir.
I think Oswald did it.
Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, he did it, you know.
Yeah, but just by himself. It was just him.
But first of all, I said this episode 1, and you were like, "That's fucking lie." And now the evidence has convinced you, right? He did it.
Oh, I was just doing a little callback.
Oh, now I feel like an asshole.
As you should.
Yeah.
Everyone, thank you so much for listening. My name is Liz.
My name is Brace. I'm not thanking you for listening. I'm just glad that you were able to share this experience with us. I feel like that's a lot more smooth to say. We have Young Chomsky as the producer, and the podcast is called Trueanon. The only thing that's not true about it is the part where we say that anyone but Oswald killed JFK.
We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Jeffrey